Good morning. We're back in the Public Service Company of Colorado gas rate case 24AL-0049G. Is the court reporter, Ms. Boulay, are you ready?
I am ready.
Ms. Brahma, Ms. McLaughlin, any preliminary matters, or are you guys ready to jump into Ms. O'Neill?
Just one quick preliminary matter, Mr. Chair. We are having some conversations with UCA about that may affect potentially whether we have costs from Mr. Skluzak or how much. So we'll report back, but hopefully we can shorten that up for you quite a bit or altogether. So just waiting to hear.
Godspeed. Ms. O'Neill, do you recall that you're still under oath?
Yes.
Ms. Brahma, you're up. I have 60 minutes.
Thank you. I hope not to use all of that. I'm sure everyone would like to be finished. Good morning, Ms. O'Neill. Thanks for helping us with some preliminaries yesterday and coming back today. I'd like to talk a little bit about your what we've been calling your differentiated ROE proposal. The fact that the staff is proposing that the commission should apply a lower ROE and WACC to new business and capacity investments in this case than it applies to other investments in the case. Is that a fair characterization of that proposal?
Yes, I think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. And your proposal is that the commission should not apply whatever it sets as the authorized ROE to new business and capacity investments, which staff proposes to be 9%, but rather should reduce the ROE for those investments to somewhere between 3.25 and 7.71%. Is that right?
So I think the thing that's important about the proposal is that the intent here is to say that the commission should set the ROE for new business and capacity expansion at the lowest end of the range of what the commission deems to be reasonable. The numbers that you referenced are what staff witness DePoo calculated as sort of, the top end of that range is the bottom of his modeled range of what his model suggested would be reasonable as an ROE range for the company's assets. And the intent of my recommendation is to say that the commission should set the ROE for new business at the lowest end of the, whatever the commission determines to be the reasonable range.
Okay. So to be fair, though, Dr. DePoo's recommendation, as we discussed yesterday, is 9.0% within a range of 8.7% to 9.25%, correct?
That's what he recommended to the commission. His modeling suggests that the commission could, and that he believes that the capital markets would support a lower ROE.
Okay, if we could pull up, please, hearing exhibit 402, Dr. DePoo's recommendation or answer testimony, particularly page 70.
Sorry, did you say 7 or 7D?
Page 70, hearing exhibit 402.
Thank you.
So here on the screen, we have Dr. DePoo's recommendations, which state on lines 4 to 5, staff's final recommendations are as follows: approve ROE of 9.0% or range of ROE from 8.75 to 9.25%. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay, and that is, Dr. DePoo would say if he had a different recommendation in his testimony, presumably, correct?
He would say if he had a different recommendation.
Okay. So we can take this down, but turning to your testimony, Ms. O'Neill, the 7.71%, maybe it would be helpful if we pull up your answer testimony, hearing exhibit 401 at page 16. Thank you. So looking at the line that says ROE growth on this table ETO3 in your answer testimony, those are the min ROE growth and the long-term debt growth rates that you identify as potentially applicable to new business and capacity investments under staff's proposal. Correct?
Correct.
And the 7.71%, are you aware that it's based on the average results of two different models, which were themselves the average of multiple of other modeling calculations that were further averaged?
Yes, I am not the ROE witness, so that is not my testimony, but yes, I understand that was Mr. DePue's, Dr. DePue's method.
Okay. So if any of those averages was based on an incorrect methodology or calculation that affected the 7.71%, that would also affect the number in your testimony. Is that right?
If it were demonstrated that there was an error in one of those, it would change the math, yes, in
Yeah,
either direction.
I appreciate that. Just exploring the relationship between his recommendations and yours. And the 3.25% is based on what witness Deepu calls the company's effective interest rate rather than the company's observable total cost of long-term debt. Is that right?
Can you point me to where that he makes that statement in testimony?
Sure. Let me just find it real quick. If we go back to Dr. Deepu's hearing exhibit 402 at page 48. This is what he calls the effective interest rates on borrowings, and for fiscal year 2023, 3.25%. Is that right?
That is how it is labeled, yes.
Okay. So if he were incorrect about this being the company's actual cost of long-term debt, again, would you agree that that would change the actual cost of long-term debt in your ROE growth rate in your testimony?
Yes, that was intended to reflect his recommendation and or whatever is determined to be the appropriate long-term cost of debt for the company.
Okay, thank you. Could we go back to hearing exhibit 401, Ms. O'Neill's answer testimony and that chart, table ETO3? Thank you. So coming back to your recommendations or numbers in this table, the 7.71% ROE growth equates ultimately to a proposed composite ROE of 8.89%. Is that right?
Yes, although to be clear, as you sort of articulated my proposal in the beginning, the intent is to apply a different ROE to different investment. The result is, works out as a composite ROE, but the intent isn't to just apply a single ROE, it's to have a differentiated ROE for different investments.
I understand, but the effective outcome in terms of the company's revenue requirement, whether you split them out or whether you apply a composite ROE, is effectively the same. Is that correct?
I think it depends on how big you're asking the question. So in terms of the revenue requirement that the company is allowed, is authorized, or the basis for its rates, yes. In terms of the incentive to the company, I would say no. That the fact that the lower ROE is tied to new business and growth, hopefully the intent is to provide an incentive for the company to address those kinds of investments. So in terms of the revenue requirement calculation, yes, the composite ROE reaches the same result. In terms of what is intended as a long-term focus for the company, in terms of thinking about its investments and other actions, no.
Is it your intention then to disaggregate the incentive from the financial impact to the company?
I think the incentive is a financial impact to the company, so I'm not sure how they would be disaggregated.
I think that maybe is fair, but it comes back to the issue of, at the end of the day, whether you calculate the ROE as a composite 8.89 or 8.5 versus calculating it one ROE for certain assets and a different ROE for other assets, the financial impact to the company is the same, right?
I think that's what I at least meant to say, that yes, the math and the revenue requirements will work out the same.
Okay. Can you, I did not find in your testimony anywhere where you showed the specific math behind the 8.89%. So I'd like to talk about that a little bit with you. Specifically, I think we talked about this earlier, but at a high level, again, we're applying 9.0% to all capital investments other than new business and capacity, where we're applying the 7.71%, at least as it relates to the higher of your composite ROEs, right?
Correct. It's intended to be a weighted average of the new and expansion growth, since the last rate case, and all other rate base would be at the higher ROE.
So I'd like to just talk about the math involved in your calculations. So if we could pull up hearing exhibit 156 from the company's box, please. Okay, so if we could scroll down just a little bit so Ms. O'Neill can see what this is. Here we have on the screen the company's discovery request 7-1 to staff and staff's response. And if we could scroll down just a little bit so Ms. O'Neill can see the responder on this. Could we scroll down to see the signature line just so she can see the complete document? And you're the sponsor of this response, correct, Ms. O'Neill?
Correct.
Do you recognize this discovery response?
I do.
Do you need a moment to take a look at it to refresh your memory of what it says?
Sure. If you could scroll back up to the main section, the previous page. Okay.
Okay. So here you show your math as multiplying 366 million times the 7.71%. And then to the result of that multiplication, you add the result of multiplying 3.81 or 3,811 million times 9%, and then divide that by total rate base to get your 8.89%. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'd like to just in the second paragraph here below the actual calculation, you note that the 366 million of rate base is found in the direct testimony of company witness Gardner, hearing exhibit 105 at page 13 and table ARG-D1, correct?
Correct.
Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 105 at page 13 briefly?
And while I'm scrolling, can you tell me the name of the witness that's with? That sometimes helps me find it a little quicker.
Yes, of course. Sorry about that. Ray Gardner, the A. Ray Gardner.
Thank you.
And we are going to page 13. Okay, so here is the source of that 366 million, I believe, for that you referenced in that discovery response. And if I understood it correctly, you were saying that the 366 million is the addition of the 238.1 million. Maybe just to back up 1 second, the 300, first of all, we're gonna look at the total addition since 2021 test year column. So I'll direct your attention there. And my understanding is that your 366 million is the sum of the 238.1 million for new business plus the 127.6 for capacity expansion investments. Is that right?
That's correct.
So the title of this table is Gas Operations Capital Additions. correct?
Correct.
And so if we scroll up to page 12 and the question that this table is in response to, it says, please summarize the capital additions included in this rate case with respect to Mr. Gardner. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so to be clear, we're talking about capital additions in Mr. Gardner's table that forms the basis for your calculation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then the second part of your calculation of an 8.89% ROE is to apply the recommended 9.0% ROE to the total rate base estimate in witness Freitas's cost of service minus the capacity in new business projects, right?
Correct.
Okay, so Ms. O'Neill, you've been around cost of service for quite a long time, I imagine.
It's been a while.
Okay, but there are components of capital investments that appear in rate base, but not in capital additions, such as RWIP and AFUDC, correct?
That's correct.
And so the reality is that if you're subtracting capital additions without the offsetting AFUDC and RWIP from total rate base that includes those items, you have a mismatch between capital additions and rate base, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And so if you were properly comparing rate base to rate base or capital additions to capital additions, the dollar value to which you are applying that lower 7.71% ROE would also be lower. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so then ultimately, that means the portion you're applying the 9.0% would be higher, and the total 8.89% composite WACC should also be a higher composite. Is that
I
correct?
agree.
Okay.
Adjusted.
And without taking you through the whole analysis with respect to your ROE growth and the 3.25% and the 8.5% composite ROE, we'd have the same result with the same math. Is that right? Maybe that's not a fair question. We have the same issue. We have the same concern or the same issue with how the 8.5% was calculated. We're comparing capital additions to rate base. And if done correctly, rate base to rate base, the 8.50% would ultimately be higher as well.
Yeah, the intent was to calculate the weighted average of the rate base impact of these capital additions.
Okay. And all of this is sort of independent of whether the long-term debt rate in your long-term debt growth comparison is accurate or is too low, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
They seem like different issues, yes.
Yes. Okay. I'd like to go back to your answer testimony, please. And if we could go to Ms. O'Neill's answer testimony, hearing exhibit 401 at page 12. So I'd like to talk about your comment on page 12, lines 15 to 17, so the second Q&A on this page. And your comment that staff's analysis found that the investments in new business and capacity expansion are increasing. Would you agree with me that in the 2020, and I'm sorry, scroll down just a little bit further if we could to the next page. I'd like to look at table ETO2. Thank you. Would you agree with me that in the 2020 case, roughly 39% of the company's capital additions were new business by this table?
I will accept your math. Can you clarify which two lines you're comparing to get to the 39%?
Sure. I'm looking at the 323.6 million divided by the 830.2 million in the 20AL-0049G column.
Okay, I see that.
And that's roughly 39-ish%. Does that sound right?
Yes, that sounds right.
Thanks. And if we looked at the same data for 2024, we would see that new business additions are 238.1 million as compared to a total of about 1,002 million or 24-ish%. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay. Now, if we could go on page 13 below this table to the next Q&A. the question is asked, why is staff highlighting new business and capacity expansion projects? And you say in part, these investments are largely driven by new and increasing demand for natural gas as opposed to the projects needed for compliance with federal safety standards or mandatory relocations. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
Thank you. And just pausing there for a moment, by demand, presumably you mean customer demand. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so just to put a finer point on it, of course, demand comes from customers, whether they be homeowners, business owners, industrial customers, whomever it may be that is demanding gas service. Is that right?
That's right.
Is staff suggesting that the company can or should simply decline to provide natural gas service to a customer in its service territory?
I believe I had a question in here that specifically asked whether the staff is challenging the company's obligation to serve, and my answer was no. The staff is not suggesting that the company or that the company should not have an obligation to serve, or that the commission should do anything that is in opposition to that.
Okay, so, and that's just on the next page. We can scroll down to that question on page 14. And where you say, doesn't the company have the obligation to serve customers requesting natural gas service? And your answer is yes, I'm not a lawyer, but staff is not disputing the company's obligation to serve customers requesting natural gas service. Is that what you were referring to?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. If we could go back to table ETO 2 on page 13 for a moment. I have one other issue with this table I just would like to talk about for a moment. Was it your intention in this table, first of all, to only show actual as opposed to forecasted capital additions for each of these time periods?
My intent would be almost always, Ms. Brahma, to show actuals rather than forecasted information. I would have to go back and look at the underlying data sources to make sure that that was what is presented here, but that was the intent.
Okay. I'd like to, let's talk about that for just a minute. I'd like to direct your attention in particular to the second column of numbers, the 24AL-0049G column from the company's 2022 gas rate case. And in particular, the time period identified for this particular case is October of 2019 through June of 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's slightly less than a 2-year period listed here.
That's correct.
So your comment here, or I would say comment, but the number in this column for new business is 202.8 million over that time period. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then by your math, that's about 90.1 million or so per year over that time frame?
Yes.
Okay, and if this amount were actually less than 2 years, the amount per year wouldn't be less than half the total of that $202 million, would it?
So it's slightly more than 2 years, right? So we're saying, so from the, sorry. I guess that's right. I would have to check my underlying math. I thought I had adjusted for that correctly, that the intent was to account for the fact that, you know, the actual length of time of those periods, but I would have to go back and check the work paper.
Okay, and actually, let's bring that up if we could. If we could look at same hearing exhibit 401, but attachment ETO 2. And if we could, while she's bringing that up, just bear in mind that October of 2019 to June of 21 timeframe and that $202.8 million that you had for new business. So we don't lose that in our head. Okay, so we're going to need to, first of all, this is your attachment ETO 2, correct?
Correct.
And if we could scroll down to the second table here. This is your underlying data from proceeding number 22AL-0049G, right?
Correct.
So this is the 2022 rate case information on which you relied for the table in your testimony that we were just discussing. Is that right?
That's right.
So directing your attention to the new business row. And keeping in mind that 202.8 million in new business capital additions that you said was over the less than 2 years from October of 2019 through June of 21. If we look at the 2 new business data points here that cover that time frame, which would be the 59.6 million plus the 91.4 million, those don't add up to 202.8 million, do they?
I think, Ms. Brahma, and perhaps I needed to have been more clear in my testimony. I would have to go back and review the numbers, but I think part of what happened was that there was reclassification regarding what was reliability versus new business versus, non-PSA related issues. And I'm not sure if that's the distinction in the numbers here. I would have to go back and review my notes and think about, where the categories came from.
I can perhaps help with that. And I understand this is going to be a little bit of math on the stand, so hopefully it's not too troubling. But if you add the columns, for the new business, the 59.6, the 91.4, and the 51.8, would that total up to $202.8 million?
That looks like it would add up to $202 million, yes.
Okay, and if I'll just represent to you, that was my math. So
Yeah.
Hopefully we're reaching the same outcome there. Okay, so just to be clear then, at the end of the day, the 202.8 million in the table in your testimony is actually the time period from October of 2019 through the end of December 31, 2021, and includes roughly 6 months of forecasted data. Is that right?
Yeah, it looks like that label in my testimony was incorrect in terms of what the time frame reflected, and that it should have been through December of 2021.
Okay, and so we'd have to take that all into account when we look at how you're presenting the growth of capital additions for this category over those time periods, right?
Yes, though this might suggest that the underlying math was right in terms of timeframes, just that the label was wrong and should have included in the additional 6-month period. But
okay, so and of course that we included some forecasted data, not completely actuals.
correct.
Okay. I'd like, for this table that we're looking at on the screen here, as well as the one in your testimony, we're looking at, again, capital additions as opposed to expenditures or rate base. Is that right?
That's correct.
And capital additions reflect when plant is placed in service, not when the dollars are actually spent to work on that project, for example. Is that right?
That's correct.
So, for example, we might have a project that was in construction over a couple of years, spending a certain amount each year, but the total cost of that project won't show up in rates until the project is placed in service. Is that right?
Yes, I think as has been discussed earlier in this proceeding, investments can be lumpy and placed in service at different times.
Okay, so that can contribute to kind of what we're seeing on a period by period basis when we look at capital additions, right?
Sure. Okay.
And further, whether capital additions or expenditures, there can be causes for increase in spend other than the increased number of investments. For example, items like inflation affect ultimate costs and incurred. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And as you said earlier, the company's obligation to, or the company's new business is in part driven by customers' demand and the obligation to connect those customers, right?
That's correct.
And the company also has an obligation to implement capacity investments where necessary to ensure reliable service to new or existing customers. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So in general, we can have drivers of capital additions that might include some or all of timing of projects being placed in service, inflation, the obligation to connect customers upon their choice and the obligation to ensure adequate capacity for customers who choose to rely on gas. Is that all correct?
That's all correct.
Okay. Turning back to, we can take this exhibit down at this time. Given on your proposal with respect to the differentiated ROE proposals, I'd like to turn to page 14 of your answer testimony. Going back to hearing exhibit 401. Now, staff has not pointed out any individual new business investments that are included in the rate requests in this case that were individually avoidable or should not have been undertaken, right?
Staff, no, correct. Staff does not have any such example.
Okay. And on page 14 here, lines 11 through 14 of your testimony, you say, given the company's obligation to serve, staff is not suggesting a disallowance from rate base of new business or capacity expansion projects. Is that your position?
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. O'Neill, I'd like to turn to a completely different subject at this time. And I'm going to need to turn to Ms. Gabreziabir's answer testimony. I apologize. I stumble over that each time and I try not to, but that would be hearing exhibit 400. So the topic I'd like to talk about briefly, Ms. O'Neill, and I think we're going to finish well under our time today, is is that staff proposed several adjustments to reduce the company's costs associated with compensating its employees, specifically in section 5 of this hearing exhibit 400. Is that right?
That's correct.
And those adjustments that staff proposed relate to incentive programs, recognition programs, and pension expense. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does staff take into account in these, in considering the proposals in this case, that the incentive compensation and pension programs are providing and the total company cost of compensation are providing real jobs to utility employees who serve customers?
Absolutely. And I would argue that staff took no issue with the company's known and measurable adjustment for the bargaining pay for a customer for most of the company's bargaining employees. Staff is absolutely cognizant of the very important work and the appropriate compensation that should be provided for the, for the utilities employees. Staff takes issue with certain bonus executive compensation programs, as executives are incentivized to provide safe and reliable service and also to provide earnings and benefits to shareholders. And staff believes that for certain executive compensation programs, those should be a shared expense between shareholders and ratepayers as they both benefit from those executives.
Do you acknowledge, Ms. O'Neill, that AIP annual incentive programs, and the pension expense that might be affected by staff's proposals with respect to AIP are not solely applicable to executive employees of the company? They're incentive pay for multiple levels of employees throughout the company.
Yes, and the company and staff again is trying to find a reasonable balance by capping it at 15%. Staff is not saying there should be no incentive pay, just that it is a reasonable compromise.
Okay. If we could turn to page 83 of this hearing exhibit 400, that would be great. Thank you. And I think building on the discussion we've been having, this testimony notes what is staff's overall reaction and recommendation to costs associated with regular pay. And the initial part of the response is, well, before we get to that, just holistically with this Q&A, Staff notes a rationale that because costs of base pay are going up, the commission should particularly disallow certain incentive compensation. Is that a fair characterization of this paragraph?
Can you just give me a moment to refresh my memory?
Absolutely.
So I think the point of this paragraph is to say, since all of pay is increasing, and again, staff did not take issue with, with argue most of the adjustments, including known and measurable forward-looking adjustments for bargaining pay, and that AIP and certain things are calculated on a percentage basis. The total dollar impact as the sort of the underlying base pay increases is those for more and more dollars to be recovered through those percentage programs. And it just makes capping that or having that at a reasonable shared level more important because the dollars become higher.
Okay. So with that, the first sentence of this response says staff understands the need to have attractive regular pay and the need to adjust rates to stay competitive, correct?
Correct.
And I'm sure the company appreciates the staff's recognition that it is necessary to adjust rates to stay competitive. But isn't it also true, Ms. O'Neill, that staff has not conducted any studies comparing the total compensation paid by the company to its employees to the total compensation amounts paid by other utilities or publicly traded companies with whom public service competes for employees?
Staff has compared our recovery programs versus other utilities, particularly other subsidiaries of the company, to make sure we're, to provide the commission with information about how that the recovery piece of it compares. But staff has not done an independent analysis of what the company should be paying its employees.
Okay. And to that point, if we could please pull up Public Services Hearing Exhibit 129, which is the testimony of Michael Desalich, attachment MPD 13. So we have here the staff's response to Public Service Company's discovery request 2-10 to staff. And if we could scroll down so that Ms. O'Neill can see the response. Having adopted Ms. Gabreግዚabier's answer testimony, you also responded to discovery on the topics in her testimony, correct, Ms. O'Neill?
Correct.
And is this staff's response to PSCO 2-10?
I would like to just note that we were going to preserve our objection here. That's listed on the discovery response.
So noted.
But with that, the company would like to move for admission of well, we don't need to for this one. It's already attached to testimony. I do actually, before we continue with this one, though, I realized I did not move to admit hearing exhibit 156, which was staff's response to PSCO discovery response or discovery request 7-1. So I'd like to move for admission at this time to take care of that.
Any objection, Ms. McLaughlin?
No objection.
So moved.
Thank you. So this is the question. If we could just see the whole question and response, maybe make it a little bit smaller. Hopefully that's still readable. In the first paragraph here, because we'll acknowledge the second was just an error, a copying and paste error in the second paragraph of the question. But the first part is to please provide any studies or analysis conducted by staff to compare the total compensation amounts paid by the company to its employees to the total compensation amounts paid by other utilities or other publicly traded companies, correct?
You read that correctly.
And the response did not say we do or do not have that. Instead, the response pointed us to Ms. Gebrexiabier's attachment 20 to her answer testimony, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to have to ask if we could please pull up attachment NTF 20 to hearing exhibit 400.
Sorry, you meant NTG, right? NTG.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, typo on my page, NTG. Okay, so to your point, Ms. O'Neill, this is not a study of how the company's compensation of its employees compares to comparable companies. It's a comparison of how the company's recovery of those costs compares specifically in the jurisdictions where Xcel Energy is rate regulated. Is that right?
Correct. I believe that's consistent with what I indicated earlier.
I think so. But this is not a comparison even to entities other than Xcel Energy, is it?
I mean, this is comparison versus other electric utilities that operate in the same states as Xcel Energy.
Well,
right?
we're talking, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt. Were you?
No, I'm sorry. I'm refamiliarizing myself with this document.
Let me know when you're done. I don't want to rush you.
Could we maybe make this document a little bit bigger? Thank you.
All right, and I apologize. What is your question?
This is all solely Xcel Energy rate regulated utility outcomes. It does not compare to other utilities or other outcomes in either these or other states. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And isn't it also correct that if we looked at the recovery approved or settled, we see settlements for a lot of these items, including Minnesota. I won't go through the list, but we see settlement here, Minnesota Gas, North Dakota Gas settlement, South Dakota Electric settlement, et cetera. Is that right?
That's correct.
And isn't it also true, Ms. O'Neill, that in looking at this document, we can see that Minnesota Electric, Minnesota Gas, North Dakota Electric, North Dakota Gas, Wisconsin Electric and Gas, and Michigan and Electric and Gas all are allowed future test years. Isn't that right?
I would have to go through each one to say, when you say the word allowed, it's not clear to me what that means, if that's a settlement and something that parties have agreed to, or the commission decision. And but yes, there are future test years used in certain other jurisdictions.
Okay, fair enough. But if we look at the column that says test year here and FTY designates or indicates future test year for each of these outcomes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And isn't it also true that in 2019, the Texas legislature passed a law that requires utility employees or requires the Texas Commission, excuse me, to presume reasonable the total compensation, which would include incentive compensation, the amounts paid to gas utility employees, so long as that pay was consistent with recent market compensation studies?
Objection. This is outside the scope of Ms. O'Neill's testimony and the adoption of staff witness Gebrexiabier's testimony as well.
If I may, this testimony speaks to what is happening in other jurisdictions. And if we scroll down just to confirm the whole document, there's Texas on the document.
Overruled.
I have no knowledge of that. I have not reviewed that decision, and I have no basis to comment on it.
That's fine. But here in contrast to the company, staff offered no studies demonstrating that the company's total compensation was not competitive with other comparable companies, did it?
Correct. Staff is commenting on what is reasonable, just and reasonable to be recovered from public service ratepayers.
Okay, so let's talk about that a little bit. If we could turn back to hearing exhibit 400 at page 85. And I think we need to scroll down a little bit. There we go, on lines 17 through 19. And there, the testimony states, for several years, staff has argued that the commission should limit recovery of AIP expenses to no more than 15% of base salary applied to an employee by employee basis. Staff has argued that an AIP amount beyond that 15% threshold is likely more than what is necessary to attract, retain, and motivate skilled workers, and what is appropriate to include in just and, next page, I believe, says reasonable rates. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
Okay. Now, we understand that it's staff's argument that AIP above the cap should not be included in rates. But we did ask staff for any and all compensation studies or other analysis relied on to support staff's recommendation that the commission should limit recovery of AIP expenses to no more than 15% of base salary because, as is stated here, an AIP amount beyond that 15% threshold is likely more than what is necessary to attract, retain, and motivate skilled workers. Do you recall that discovery request?
No, if you could pull it up and the one we just discussed a moment ago.
No, a different one. I'm happy to pull it up. It will be hearing exhibit 129, attachment MPD 4. Okay, do you see here, Ms. O'Neill, we have public service companies discovery request 2-7 to staff and staff's response. And if we could scroll down a bit, we can see the question and answer and the sponsor. So just to give you the complete look, and then we can go back and give you a chance to read it if that would be helpful.
That would be helpful. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Now, the question, I think, rather than reading the whole thing again, is the question consistent with what I was asking you earlier about the company's probe into whether staff or the basis for staff's statement that the company has provided no evidence or correlation between the cap and the company's ability to attract and motivate workers?
Before you answer, Ms. O'Neill, I'd like to preserve the objection that we listed in this discovery response.
So preserved.
Thank you.
And I apologize, Ms. Rami. Can you repeat or restate the question? I'm not sure I understood what you were asking.
Sure. So you recall from the testimony we were looking at a moment ago, there was a statement in there that staff's recommendation to limit AIP expenses to no more than 15% of base salary was because an AIP amount beyond that 15% threshold is likely more than what is necessary to attract, retain, and motivate skilled workers. That was the testimony, right?
I recall that, yes.
And we asked you in this discovery request, what is the basis for the question that it's likely more than what is necessary to attract, retain, and motivate skilled workers? because we understand your arguments with respect to what's in just and reasonable rates. We're just asked, this question is about what's necessary to attract, retain, and motivate skilled workers, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, and staff's response here, if we could maybe go to the beginning of the response, is that the commission has limited recovery of AIP expenses to no more than 15% base pay over the years. And as staff asserts, this cap has not prevented the company from attracting, retaining, and motivating skilled workers, as the company has, if we could move forward, provided no evidence or correlation between this cap and its ability to retain, attract, and motivate skilled workers. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the company has continued to pay AIP compensation it believes is necessary to stay competitive with other companies despite the cap to date, right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And in that regard, it's not very surprising that the cap itself has not affected whether the compensation offered affects the ability to retain, attract, and motivate skilled workers, right?
Correct.
Is staff suggesting that the company should limit AIP in accordance with a commission decision to limit AIP cost recovery and reduce Xcel Energy's compensation to its employees accordingly?
Staff is not recommending that the company should or should not do that. Staff is merely recommending what it thinks is just and reasonable in terms of incentive compensation to be recovered from Colorado ratepayers.
So it's not a question, is it, Ms. O'Neill, of whether the company needs to spend this money in order to attract, retain, and motivate skilled workers. It's just a question of whether staff thinks that the amount should be in rates or not in general.
It's a matter of whether staff believes it is a reasonable compromise to have, yes, it is. I'm sorry, now I've lost my train of thought. Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
Well, I think you've already answered it, so I think I can move on accordingly. But is staff at all concerned about what an actual reduction in total compensation to align with an AIP cap, as staff recommends, would do to employee retention and whether it would hurt jobs or service to customers through Xcel Energy employees?
I think staff has seen no convincing evidence that limiting compensation to 15% above base pay, where base pay has been adjusted on a forward basis and for a known and measurable adjustment. Staff has seen no evidence that will impact the company's ability to attract employees and provide reasonable service.
So given that the company has provided studies showing that it is necessary to include certain amounts of incentive compensation in order to be competitive, and staff has offered no countervailing studies, are we left with waiting to see whether implementation of a 15% cap in actual compensation to employees hurts employees and service to customers in order for staff to believe there's sufficient evidence to not have a cap on AIP?
I'm going to object to the compound nature of that question.
If you could rephrase, Ms. Brahma.
Sure. In light of the only studies in the record that show it's necessary and what is competitive pay for Xcel Energy employees, does staff believe it would be necessary for the company to actively implement a cap on AIP compensation paid in order for the company to show that a cap is harmful to the company's ability to retain, attract, and motivate skilled workers?
That is not what staff suggested.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have for you, Ms. O'Neill.
Commission Counsel, any questions for Ms. O'Neill?
No questions.
Commissioner Gilman.
Hi, good morning, Ms. O'Neill.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Okay, so I guess we'll stick on the AIP cap just for a minute.
Sure.
I believe staff's position on incentive pay is both kind of an immediate cap on the pay for concerns of impacts of cost, but also concerns about the eventual increase in retirement expenses and the like with the increase in total pay. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's right. So are you referring to the impact on the pension expense?
Correct.
Yeah, I think the way to think about that, right, is that if the commission limits the pay that is recoverable from ratepayers to the 15% on an employee basis, and the company chooses to continue to compensate people above that 15%, that creates a pension impact, right? The total amount of compensation or pension benefits are tied to that total compensation. So increasing the total compensation also increases the pension benefit that's paid out. So staff is just suggesting there should be some adjustment to that for those to be consistent, that the obligation to, on the pension fund should match the obligation on the base pay, and that would be limited to the 15% impact.
Okay. And as you understand it, the company's position on incentive pay is essentially no limit.
My understanding is that the company is saying that their recommendation was that they have the ability to compensate people up to 150% of a target, and that they would recover up to 100% of the target from ratepayers. So I think there is some small limitation that the company is recommending on the incentive program in terms of what they're proposing to recommend from ratepayers.
Okay. All right, switch gears to your differentiated ROE proposal. Looking at implementation of the GIP and the clean heat plan and kind of the new paradigm you're in with gas policy, or moving to with gas policy. Help me understand kind of the timing of when these investments were made, and if it really is appropriate to institute a differentiated ROE on a 2023 test year when, for example, we hadn't litigated our first GIP or clean heat plan at that point.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think as staff use it, that all those legislations, the clean heat plan, the new DSM standards, the BE, legislation were all passed in 2021. We had a 2022 rate case that rolled in, rate base as of that time. And so all the investments that have occurred since then that are sort of the subject of the capital additions in this proceeding all occurred after all of that legislation was passed. So that was already state statute. And, staff looking back feels like that was appropriate. The commission, the company knew that the state's policy objectives were to work towards reducing the carbon emissions from the gas system, and that the new business investments, capacity expansion are counter to that objective from the state. And so in staff's view, the timing makes sense, that all of this investment that we're looking at in this proceeding occurred after those statutes were passed. And there's not a reason the company needed to wait until it got a rebate and a clean heat plan to start working on efforts to reduce those new investments. And then I think if you look at the clean heat plans, right, the company is now today getting bonuses and incentives around its actions, that there should also be some symmetric consequence if they are not successful in reducing new investments. So I think in staff's view, at the same time we're implementing those incentives, there should be some symmetric implementation of a disincentive for that new business.
Okay. And generally in these discussions on ROE, looking at equivalent risk and things can come into play. So I just want to talk about that for a minute. So for new business projects, kind of in particular, with the obligation to serve that the company regularly refers to as the legal basis for the reasoning of the necessity of the projects. Based upon that, how risky would you say these investments really are for the company in terms of jeopardy of, disallowances or cost recovery on new business projects based on the obligation to serve?
I guess I would say I'm not sure that they are any different from the rest of the company's rate base. That once they're placed in service and part of a revenue requirement in a proceeding, no prudence challenge has occurred on them, that they would have a similar risk profile to existing infrastructure.
Okay. How risky do you perceive new business investments for ratepayers who ultimately bear the cost?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah. Do you think there's a distinct risk on new business investments for ratepayers as a whole who will bear the cost for those projects?
I think there's a risk in the sense of that new investment is expensive because it hasn't been depreciated, and as has been shown in this proceeding, that there are at least some instances where that new business is not paying its own way, and so I think there is a risk to existing customers from those new additions, and that there will be increasing their obligation or what they're needing to pay as a result of that new investment that creates a risk for existing customers.
Okay. I want to talk about a couple of those new business projects, not in too tedious of detail. But if you've been listening to the hearing over the past few days, I went over with Mr. Matley and Mr. Bouquet the Canyons Development and Coal Creek Pines projects in particular. Were you listening for any of that?
I listened to most of that, yes.
Okay. So the Canyons Development, for which the company and essentially passing on to ratepayers will be covering about $2.8 million of that new business project. The Coal Creek Canyon Pines, that one's a mouthful, has about a $4.3 million company or socialized cost to support that project. So I talked with them a bit about how those projects might look different under the new paradigm of line extension allowances and SB 23291's requirement to remove incentives for new customers. Are you familiar with that discussion at all?
I am.
Okay. And I'm nervous I have my numbers flipped because he gave me two numbers and then switched them. So anyway, for one of the projects, it was about $200,000 less. You thought would be the company contribution, and for the other $900,000 less. So I know you're not a lawyer, but as we consider SB 23291, which indicates a gas utility should not provide an applicant an incentive to establish service to the property. Under the company's vision of how this would work today, we'd still have millions of dollars to support the connections of these new customers in particular. Do you think that's problematic, or do you think that sounds like it fulfills the objective of the legislation, in your opinion?
I would consider that to be problematic. I mean, I think that is counter to the intent of the legislation to remove the incentives for new gas hookups.
Okay. And SB 291 also directed the commission to conduct a study to examine tariffs, interconnection policies, and practices to look for things that might pose a barrier to beneficial electrification and distributed energy resources. Are you generally familiar with that as well?
I am generally familiar with that, yes.
Okay. So that study was completed under proceeding 23M-0464EG. And one of the things that came up with stakeholders, to include a lot of builders and developers and others, as something they saw as a barrier was a current difficulty for new and prospective public service company electric customers to connect to the electric system. In several instances, that was going to be several $1 million or several years to get connected to the system. And one of the things that came up with that group was they did not necessarily see a corollary in how costs are allocated or waiting time generally to join the gas system similarly. So I was wondering if you had any thoughts. Is there also a cost allocation issue here with respect to how we are able to allocate costs imposed by new customers on the system and upstream impacts?
I guess that my initial reaction to that was sort of, that is, and I make reference to this in my testimony, that there's been a lot of focus and emphasis, including new legislation, trying to encourage more investment on the utilities electric distribution side, including, concurrent recovery and sort of, pre-ordering of equipment and all sorts of things, encouraging investment on the distribution side that again, I think are rewards for the company or benefits, right? That they would get more extraordinary and concurrent cost recovery for all those electric distribution investments, which is fine. That's a statutory, passage. But again, going back to the timing of that, right? At the same time, continuing to get, anything above the bare minimum of the ROE for new investment on the gas side seems counter to that. The objectives of all these things are to try to reduce the barriers for electric investment and to eliminate any incentives for gas investment. And it's not quite answering your allocation question. I think it's sort of a focus of the business, trying to create structures and incentives for the company to do the work needed to be ready for that beneficial electrification. And I think there's been a lot of, progress and efforts to create those incentives for the companies, and that staff's proposal is pushing on the other side of that, of pushing down the investments on the gas side and trying to remove not just customer incentives for new business, but the company's incentive to invest in new business.
Yeah.
Not sure I really answered your question, but
well, it's hard because it's this blend of how things work on the electric and how things work on the gas. But would it be advisable for the commission to take a look at cost allocation, which at least in the company's view under the new line extension allowance and planning paradigm would still leave millions of dollars for new business projects being socialized over customers, including regulator stations specifically to serve them, upsizing of immediate upstream pipes to size them. Is it possible that that cost allocation scenario that they're envisioning, even under the new paradigm, continues to provide an incentive to people to join the system, but also importantly continues to provide the company an incentive to invest in those things, because of course they get the ability to rate base and make a return on whatever investments end up being their responsibility, which is then socialized among ratepayers.
Yes, that is exactly, I think, what the staff's intent was in this, was to try to remove that incentive and to, staff does not consider, I think that the company used the word confiscatory on my proposal, and that was clearly not, I think clearly not our intent. The intent was to try to find an ROE that allowed the company to raise the capital that it needs to, but to have absolutely no incentive to, above what it absolutely needs to satisfy its obligation to serve, to support that new investment, and to try to focus the company's investments and attentions on safety and reliability investments, compliance with PHMSA, and new investments that support beneficial electrification, not on business that's supporting, or investments supporting new business.
Those are my only questions, Ms. O'Neill. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Ms. O'Neill, on page 9 of your answer testimony, starting at There is no financial incentive for the company to actively manage or reduce investment in new gas infrastructure and no consequence for poor performance in addressing new growth. Under current regulation in Colorado, are you saying that the company may have a financial incentive to spend capital independent of the actual value of that spending for its customers or the public interest?
I'm saying that the company has no incentive to talk to its developers and explain to them that electrification is an option, and help them understand what that looks like and prepare for that. I think the incentives for the company is to want a new electric hookup and a new gas hookup, because they benefit and they earn from all of that capital. And I think I am saying that all of the remaining programs in this sphere, clean heat plans, DSM plans, BE plans, all provide bonuses for the company and rebates in certain instances to invest in certain things, but there's no disincentive, there's no consequence. The company is still rewarded by earning a return on new business.
You can take that down. Given that sales are expected to decline over time, are you concerned about the impact of rising capital spending on long-term rates? Should we be trying to manage down capital spending?
Yes, and I think that's the intent of the staff's differentiated ROE here. I think if I may, I'll use a legal term, which is sort of a belt and suspenders kind of approach, as I feel like the commission has spent a lot of time trying to look into the bottoms up details of the planning, looking at individual projects, looking at line extensions, and doing the very detailed work on how things are allocated, and also on the sort of top down incentive structures that the company plans under. And staff is trying to add another tool to that toolbox on the top down piece of it, and creating an incentive for the company to manage down its spending by, a higher return on investments on safety and beneficial education, and a lower return on new gas.
Is regulatory lag another tool to accomplish that same objective?
Absolutely.
Any thoughts on using a September 30th, 2024 rate base as a compromise position between a 13-month average and an end-of-year rate base?
So are you suggesting that you would use I do think if you pull up the course Skluzak's testimony, there's a table that the company did provide a test year ending with a year end of September. Is that what you're suggesting, is that we would use a test year that ended in September of 2023?
I'm not necessarily. I'm more like just trying to split the difference. There's an open issue about the 13-month average and an end-of-year rate base. So I'm just trying to see if there's a way to split the difference as this commission tries to piss off everybody and satisfy nobody by finding the middle ground. That's my goal.
Understood. I would point out that I think in staff and UCA's view both that using the 2023 test year and allowing sort of the company to update, what had been provided initially as forecasted information with actuals, is a compromise already. It is an attempt to create a less stale, more current test year, with more current investments. And I realize there is still lag in that, and that's obviously does help for our discussion just a moment ago about disincentives to new investment. But I do think staff and UCA feel like there has already been compromise, that we've already moved to a test year that is more recent and had updated information through the course of this proceeding, which staff has and UCA both in the past have not been in favor of. So we might argue that we already compromised on the test year. I realize there is still a lot of distance between staff's position and the company's.
And if we were to try and find that middle ground, any advice about how to implement it on this record?
I think the commission has broad discretion to do a lot of different things. And that, the discussion with company witness Freitas yesterday, you all explored some different ways that you could accomplish that. I think staff does have concerns about making sure that the test year is a consistent revenue requirement, consistent across revenues, O&M, rate base, in order to sort of construct an internally consistent for accounting and, sort of principled reasons.
Well, in a rising capital spending environment, why isn't doing a 9-month ending more appropriate than a 6-month?
So the 13-month average isn't a 6-month ending, right? It's an average, taking an average of the amounts of investments. It is the accounting equivalent of sort of the average for the O&M. It's intended to reflect the period across, each month.
How about a weighted average that weighs the ending more heavily than the beginning? I suppose could be the same. All right. Let's follow up on the new business discussion, and I want to talk about the Coal Creek Canyon Pines project. I believe that both Mr. Paquet and Mr. Gardner testified that the company's overall $5 million plus investment, if you include the regulator station, represented a multi-million-dollar to the subsidy to the developer, maybe as much as $80,000 per home. Assuming you accept that characterization, is there any public policy or other justification for this type of subsidy? Why do we allow this? Are there other customer benefits that justify this?
I think if you look back over the, sort of history before we got here, right, there's a lumpiness to the system and a general premise that customers would contribute to the system in the long term, that the sales revenues from new business would help spread those infrastructure dollars across more sales, right? That the basic infrastructure costs, spread across, then this was a big pool. Think of it as an insurance pool, right? Some people win, some people lose, some people are a little more expensive, some people are a little less expensive. But this is sort of the premise of how rate making has traditionally been done, right? We pool people together, maybe differentiate by geographic region, but that it's sort of similar to an insurance pool. I think your question is, going forward, is that premise correct, that new customers are on average contributing enough to the system to pay their way in a system where we're trying to account for the other externalities of the emissions impact of those new business? Does that continue to be a reasonable way to do rate making? And I think that is the question in front of the commission, right? Is in the past that has made sense as a pooled way of thinking about customers, and going forward it may not. And the details of how you start doing this in a different structure, it's a difficult question to answer.
Is it fair to say that this, it seemed pretty clear that for spending, $4 or $5 million for 90 homes, is not supported by the additional revenue? Is it fair to say that this type of subsidy could skew the customer decision to go all electric?
Absolutely.
Let me bounce an idea off you. Assume this commission continued the same approach to calculating the customer contributions that's an existing tariff, but put in a further requirement that asks the company on every investment greater than, say, $250,000 to demonstrate that the revenues from the new customer exceeded the cost, including all upstream costs, regulator stations, design, peak day design, demand. This showing may be based on the approach developed by Mr. Matley in its revised exhibits RAM 1, 2, and 3 that assume 30-year depreciation, the company WACC, an NPV approach, and the company's actual accounting treatment of removal costs, including negative net salvage value. To the extent the total cost of serving this customer exceeded the revenues, then the customer contribution would have to be increased until there was no cross subsidy and expected revenues from that customer at least equaled expected all-in costs. So basically, existing tariffs would survive as they are, but there'd be an overlay coming out of an order in this case that required a showing that there was no subsidy. And if there was a subsidy, the customer contribution would be raised to eliminate that subsidy. Any advice or guidance about potentially implementing this requirement in our order in this case?
Interesting concept. I'm not sure. I think I would have to go back and look at line extension tariffs and policies and sort of think about whether or not that's consistent with current tariffs, or whether anything else needs to be modified in order to implement that. So I think that's a legal question that I'm not sure about in terms of what would be required from the tariff standpoint to implement such a thing on this record. Completely understand the logic, right, of trying to do that analysis and and I guess it seems to me like what you're suggesting is what we often think of as sort of a gold standard of customer causation, right? That you're making sure that the cost allocation is consistent with underlying cost causation principles. And I think there's a lot of merit and support for that philosophy method.
And if this commission chose not to implement your differential ROE proposal, this would be another way of helping to manage down these costs in a way that would presumably significantly protect existing customers and not it's new customers that are building $5 million plus houses.
Yeah, agree. I think that's right. Though I would add that, part of staff's intent with this differentiated ROE was to work on the company side of the equation as well, right? And I understand that the commission's focus and that that's what the statute required, right? It removed any incentives for customers to have new gas hookups. Staff was suggesting that commission has a discretion to think about creating an incentive on the company side as well, and to say that even under that scenario, company still earns a whack and has earnings associated with that new business. So the company itself does not actually have any disincentive to pursue or support the new business.
But certainly, it would limit the company from using its incentive to promote deals like this.
It's certainly a heavier lift to make that look attractive to a customer when when the costs are higher, for sure.
Is 2,250 the right minimum, or would you use something else?
I don't know.
Any advice about how to think about that? What would you look at?
Yeah, I don't think I have a good answer for you on that. I'm not saying that that's the wrong thing to look at. I'm just saying that I would have to go back and review to try to really provide a robust answer.
And does a floor seem like a right thing so we don't sweep up, $5,000 investments need some cost benefit analysis? Do you have any thinking about how internal resources, how the savings would compare to the brain damage of doing the analysis?
So I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. So,
I mean, there's work to the company to prepare the spreadsheet, look at it. So presumably you wouldn't want to do it on a $200 investment. Any sense of where that cost benefit ratio? So I guess it's probably in the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, that would be my guess, is that it's certainly a lot higher than $250.
All right. Uh, of the more than $600 million in company capital spending in 2023, how much of that investment may not be particularly justified by public policy or broader customer benefit, like this Coal Creek Canyon project? Do you have any sense of that?
No, I really don't. I mean, I think that it was incredibly helpful to have the examples that were provided by the company, but I think it's clear that that's not a view of all the investment, and that it's hard to extrapolate to, the total cumulative impact of all of the investment.
I mean, you've talked about this some in response to other questions, but do you think the company is appropriately transitioning its capital investment approaches and business practices to a world that might involve potentially rapidly declining sales?
No, I am concerned that all the company's proposals around decoupling and things like that are designed to protect the company and reduce the company's risk through this transition, and that more attention needs to be paid to affordability and managing down these investments so that a small number of potentially low income or income qualified customers are left holding the bag on a lot of investment.
Let's just quickly on net salvage value. It sounds like you've reached an agreement with a company to explore different approaches to negative net salvage value in the context of a future depreciation study. Is that fair?
That's fair.
In both Mr. Johnson's supplemental direct testimony and oral testimony, he said that the company is currently accruing $70 million per year in negative net salvage value, and that $400 million has been accrued so far. Any reason to doubt that?
No, that is consistent with my understanding.
And I believe he further testified that these accruals count as free cash flow that the company can use as it sees fit, including to support the company's credit metrics. Is that consistent with your understanding?
That is consistent with my understanding.
And staff has separately proposed to accelerate depreciation by $15 million per year, which I understand the company does not oppose. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Assume this commission asked the company in this case to incrementally manage down not so much incrementally manage down, but to create a reserve fund that takes that $70 million out of free cash flow and uses it to fund a reserve fund. So basically the free cash flow coming from this accounting mechanism goes to zero in, say, 5 years. So I'm not changing the underlying depreciation in any way, just saying that instead of putting it to free cash flow, it flows into a reserve fund. So further assume we offset that lost cash flow by accelerating depreciation along the lines of what staff suggests in this case. It seemed like this combined approach would start creating a reserve fund now that would grow over time to provide cash for future asset removal. It would accelerate depreciation in ways that would reduce future liabilities, and it would keep the company's credit metrics constant. Any thoughts?
So this is getting out for me a little out over my skis. I totally understand what you're saying. I think I am not sure what that does to the company's credit metrics, because right, that is a difference in I think that is accounted for in how the market views the company now. That's this is the traditional way to treat net salvage value. So I think that was why staff was suggesting it may be better to sort of do that analysis as part of that depreciation study, so that we can look at things like that and make sure that we're not having any unintended consequences. So I think that is a possibility. It's just not as clear to me what are all the implications of doing that.
All right. For several years now, this commission has asked the company to provide long-term rate impact models. Yet, in this case, I would suggest that we may have got a model that in many key respects doesn't fully represent the company's actual capital investment. If this commission, in its order in this case, asks staff to develop a long-term rate impact model for submission in its answer testimony in future rate cases, both electric and gas. Would staff support that request?
Staff always attempts to support what the commission directs us to do.
Well, we haven't directed you to do it, so here's your chance.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be very, very difficult for staff to develop that sort of grounds up by itself, right? So I think that, you know, the commission has developed, you know, through work with a consultant, a model on the electric side that's intended to do that. So I think that's something that, you know, we would need to explore sort of how to go about, you know, building a model like that. You know, and I think that the model the company provided here could form a good basis, or we could start with something like the electric model. But I think it would be very difficult for staff on its own to do that, both time, resources, all those things that are real constraints. But I think it is possible for us to do that, just may needing to pull in some outside resources to accomplish it.
And would you see that adding value to this discussion?
I think it is very valuable to the commission to be able to look long-term and understand sort of where we're going, and, you know, especially I think over time, comparing rate case to rate case, how spending and projections change, and, you know, the impact of decisions would be helpful for the commission.
Especially if we're depreciating stuff over 30, 40, and 50 years. Last question. As I understand it, proposed ROEs in this case range from 8.89% on the low side up to 10.1% on the high side, a range of over 120 basis points. Likewise, the common equity ratios range from 51.4% up to 55%, a more than 350 basis points gap. Given this record and these gaps, can you understand why this commission might want to continue to adopt a range of ROEs and common equity ratios rather than trying to pick something specific down to a few basis points?
Yes, and I mean, I think my recommendation on differentiated ROE sort of tried to acknowledge that I think that there is a sort of, to your point, I think a range of just and reasonable. Obviously, we need to have a number to calculate a revenue requirement in order to be able to calculate rates that goes into a tariff. But yes, understand that sort of, you know, there can be a range of reasonableness.
That's all I have. Why don't we take a break till say 10:40, and then Ms. McLaughlin, you want to come back with any redirect?
Absolutely.
All right. See you at 10:40. Ms. McLaughlin, any redirect?
Yes, Chair. A few questions here. So I want to start a little bit at the end with you, Ms. O'Neill. Do you recall the Chair's questions about the hypothetical proposal to impose a threshold above which the company would be required to show that new customers would pay off the costs of adding them to the system?
Yes, I recall that.
Would staff have to have more details about such a proposal before offering any position on those merits?
Yeah, I think a little bit more time and analysis would be helpful to fully understand the impacts.
And do you recall your conversation with Chair Blank asking about end of year rate base, 13-month average, and something in between?
Yes.
Why does staff believe 13-month average is more appropriate than year end or any other option?
Yeah, so I mean, I think as company witness Gebrek lays out in her testimony, the 13-month average provides a much more internally consistent way to look at rate making. What are the revenues, the O&M, the capital spending over a consistent period of time, and that 13-month average provides that. I think staff and UCA worked hard in this proceeding to come to a compromise that had some regulatory lag, but by updating through the end of 2023, trying to create a less stale but internally consistent test year, and that 13-month average removes any incentives to try to push investments in at the end of the period, and again creates that sort of consistent treatment of rate base and O&M and revenues, and that's a principle that staff believes is appropriate for rate making.
Now, switching topics, the attorney for the company asked you several questions on the employee compensation and staff's position on that. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
Okay. Now, why does staff maintain that only 15% of AIP expenses are appropriate for rate recovery?
So staff is trying to acknowledge that base pay and some amount of incentives may be needed by the company and is sort of normal practice, and that so we're not suggesting that no bonuses of any kind should be recoverable from ratepayers, or that the company shouldn't have that as a tool to attract customers. We're trying to reach a reasonable balance for the higher level employees in recognition of their obligations to both shareholders and ratepayers, and what we see as reasonable to attract new employees, and have not seen any convincing evidence provided by the company that bonuses up to 150% are needed. And so most of the bonuses come within that 15% amount, and staff viewed sort of anything more than that as excessive in terms of recovery for ratepayers. It's a reasonable compromise that gives the commission or the company enough flexibility to retain customers, but isn't creating an undue burden on ratepayers.
Is the company free to provide a larger incentive to its employees if it chooses?
Yes.
And who would pay for anything above 15% under staff's recommendation?
That would come out of shareholder dollars.
And how does staff's position on the 15% compare to its prior recommendations in rate cases?
Yeah, this is consistent with both staff's previous recommendations and the commission's decision in proceedings like the last litigated gas rate case.
Okay, and now I want to turn to the much larger topic of the bifurcated ROE with you. Just give me a second to organize my notes here. So you were asked by the company's counsel several questions regarding new business and capacity expansions based on Dr. DePue's modeling. Do you recall those? And in this proceeding, what is the ultimate recommendation for establishing an ROE on new business and capacity expansion?
Yeah, my recommendation is that, as sort of the last questions that I talked to with the chairman indicate, that we acknowledge that there can be a range of sort of what is considered just and reasonable and the ROE needed to support the company's business. And staff is suggesting that that new business and capacity expansion projects would just get the minimum of that range, that it's enough to support the company's obligation to serve. We're not suggesting that they take away the ability for customers to get a new gas hookup, just that the company would only get sort of, the bare minimum of whatever is the commission determines to be that just and reasonable range. And that's the ROE and WACC that would be applied to new business and capacity expansion investments.
Okay. And you were asked some questions about whether the long-term debt calculation was incorrect in Dr. Depew's testimony, but would that change your recommendation to apply a lower ROE to new business and capacity expansion if that were true?
No, I mean, again, the point is the principle of that is sort of whatever the range is that the commission determines, that minimum of that range is what we recommend. The calculation of the debt and equity would go into that calculation, but again, based on whatever the commission determines.
And you were also asked several questions by the company's counsel regarding the math of applying the differentiated ROE and comparing capital additions to capital additions amongst various years. Do you recall that?
I do.
And who provides the data to staff about the company's capital additions?
The company.
And in your discussion with the company's counsel about the calculations of values in table ETO2, we can pull that up if you need, but do you recall briefly those?
I do, I recall.
Okay. Does the company's counsel point about the specific calculations that you used here change anything about staff's policy recommendation for the differentiated ROE?
No, and in fact, I mean, the intent of that table in the calculation was to sort of provide the back of the envelope, as it were, impact of staff's proposal. Staff was trying to provide the commission some understanding of sort of the order of magnitude dollars that would result as a result of staff's proposal. Staff was intentionally not trying to sort of do the bottoms up accounting of that. It was really intended to be, just, as I said, to provide the back of the envelope impact so the commission could understand in a more fulsome way that, the impact of staff's recommendation.
And if there are disagreements about how the specific differentiated ROE should be calculated, is it possible that that could be resolved in a technical conference?
Yes, I believe so.
And you were asked questions by the company's counsel regarding the composite ROE illustrated in your testimony. Is staff recommending that the commission apply a composite ROE to all assets and rate base?
No, staff is intending to, apply a lower ROE to new business. And it's somewhat frustrating that the commission or the company construed it that way. Again, the point of it is to focus on the idea that they should remove the incentive on new business and focus their planning and managing down that portion of it. So yes, it changes the mass and the revenue requirement, but the point of staff's objective or proposal was to focus on that management piece of it. It wasn't intended to be punitive. It was intended to create an incentive for the company to look at and manage those new investments.
And could you please describe a little bit more your intent on providing the commission with the composite ROE?
Again, it really was just to say, here's the basic math on the impact, so that the company would commission would understand how large an impact this was. You can think about it relative to other incentive programs that are out there, and just sort of give the order of magnitude dollars to the commission of implementing such a proposal.
Okay. Now, you were also asked some questions from both the company's counsel and Commissioner Gilman about the company's obligation to serve, and if the company could decline to serve a customer. Do you remember those?
I do.
Who has control over what investments are being made?
The company does have an obligation to serve if customers, so desire. I do think that the company has control over its education programs, how it responds to developers when they come, how much information it provides people. I think the fact that the company gets a reward for its rebate programs and clean heat and TEP and other things is an acknowledgement of that the company has some influence over customers' choices and decisions. And this is the flip side of that, is that the company also has some influence over, fully explaining the alternatives to developers and what all electric homes would look like. And that while maintaining the obligation to serve, the company is not without influence. And that is the point here, is that yes, they have an obligation, and so there's a limit to that. If the customer says no, I really want new gas after they've been prevented all that information, staff's proposal still gives the company a reasonable return on that investment, but it also acknowledges that the company does have control as well.
So follow-up question for you on that. Could you please explain how the bifurcated ROE would still provide the company with a reasonable return on its investments?
Yeah, I mean, as I discussed earlier, the intent of staff's proposal is to authorize sort of the lowest, ROE within the reasonable range. So whatever the commission determines to be just and reasonable and supportive of the company's, capital needs and credit metrics, that lowest, ROE is what would be applied to new business. So staff views that as being supportive of the company's need to raise capital.
And do you recall the questions that the company's counsel asked you about whether staff questioned the prudency of any investments in new business or capacity?
I recall that.
Could you please elaborate on staff's concern about the risk that even prudent investments could become stranded assets?
Yeah, I mean, these new business capacity expansion, from an engineering perspective, these are 70 to 100-year live assets, right? And the state has policy goals to get to net zero, greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. So something needs to be done to try to match those things up, right? So, and staff has tried to be productive in its discussions of accelerated depreciation and, things like that to try to help minimize the risk to the company of stranded assets. And part of that is avoiding making the assets in the first place. So, these brand new, very long-lived assets from an engineering perspective, I believe have a higher risk of being stranded, as they will be less depreciated when we get to those longer-term state policy goal timeframes.
And one more follow-up on that, where you just discussed the planning. Commissioner Gilman also asked you about the GIP. In your view, how would the bifurcated ROE aid in the planning of the gas system?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Yeah. In your view, how would the bifurcated ROE aid in the planning of the gas system?
Yeah, again, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, I think part of staff's objective in this bifurcated ROE recommendation is to make sure that we are continuing to support investment in safety and sort of PHMSA compliant investments, and really focusing on things that we could avoid. That again, if we're going to get to those state policy goals of 2050, we need to stop making investments or reduce those investments over time. And staff's intent is to try to continue to support safe and reliable, and avoid any incentives for new and capacity expansion.
Those are all the questions that I have for you, Ms. O'Neill. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can be excused, Ms. O'Neill. Thank you. Is Mr. Skluzak there? Mr. Skluzak, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can put your hand down. Is there anybody with you now or communicating with you in any way?
There is not.
That changes, you'll let us know.
Of course.
Back to you, Mr. Bunker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Skluzak, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Corey Skluzak, Coryskluzak.
And could you please identify your employer and position title?
My employer is the Colorado Office of the Utility Consumer Advocate, and my title is rate analyst.
And did you cause to be filed hearing exhibit 500, your answer testimony and attachment CWS 1 through CWS 115 on behalf of the UCA in this proceeding?
Yes,
And is it correct that you revised your testimony and your revised answer testimony, hearing exhibit 500, Rev 1, and some revised attachments were filed in this case?
that's correct.
And do you have any other additional corrections to make to your answer testimony or attachments?
No,
And if I ask you the same questions today as contained in your revised answer testimony, would your answers today be the same?
yes,
And hearing exhibit 500, Mr. Skluzak's answer testimony, Rev 1 and his attachments CW 1 through CW 115 have already been admitted into the record. And Mr. Skluzak is available for cross-examination and commissioner questions.
Ms. Brahma, I have 60 minutes.
So I alluded to earlier this morning, the company was evaluating whether or not to proceed with cross with Mr. Skluzak. And I tried to jump in earlier and we proceeded to swearing him in relatively quickly. But at this point, the company is waiving its cross of Mr. Skluzak. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gilman.
I don't have any questions, but good morning, Mr.
Oh.
Speaker.
I'm so disappointed.
You scared him off, Mr. Skluzak. I'd like to ask you the same questions I asked Ms. O'Neill. Under current regulation in Colorado, do you think that the company has a financial incentive to spend capital independent of the actual value of that spending for customers?
Yes,
Given that sales are expected to decline over time, are you concerned about the impact of rising capital spending on long-term customer rates?
I'm very concerned. The office is very concerned.
If the commission shares your concerns, any advice about what we can do about it in this case?
Well, I have heard the commission, and especially you, Chairman, talk a lot about incentives and misaligned incentives. I've tried to lace throughout my testimony to address misaligned incentives. And so, I'm not going to rehash everything in my testimony, but I just think that Miss O'Neill talked about using various tools, whatever tools are available and have been laid out for you, use them. Don't be swayed about, if our actions will mean they're going to come in for another rate case real soon or not. Don't be swayed by those sort of extraneous factors. Just start tamping down the incentives out there for them to continue plowing money into their gas division in spite of what the future holds for the LDC industry here in Colorado. That's about what I can give you.
All right. Any thoughts on using some average that's weighted more towards the end of the year in a rising capital and environment, sort of something that works out to September 30th, 2023 rate base as a compromise between a 13-month average and an end-of-year rate base? I know you prefer 13-month weighted average. Any thoughts on trying to find the middle ground, or would you advise against them?
Well, first of all, I think when you asked Miss O'Neill this, you mentioned September 2024, but you indeed meant September 2023.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That was a bit of a curveball, but I think I knew what you meant. Yes. So I think I heard you say yesterday about splitting the baby. So I usually,
Pissing everybody off.
I know, well, I usually provide this disclaimer that I am not a practicing attorney. I'm also not a practicing rabbi, but splitting the baby, when Solomon came up with that approach, was try to determine or divine, who was the true mother, who was at heart, who was going to protect this baby. So the way I look at this rate base methodology, that's my baby. Okay, it's a bedrock, fundamental regulatory principle, and I don't want to see that baby split because it's going to do violence to the regulatory principle. And I've long advocated for a 13-month. That's true. The office has. And I think the weight of the history going back to at least 2002, I don't want to go beyond that, but has been decidedly in favor of the 13-month average. I heard Ms. O'Neill say that both UCA and staff have already compromised, and she implicitly referenced my table CWS1. I don't know if it would help to bring that up.
I'll leave that to you on redirect.
Okay. But I mean, I feel, Mr. Chairman, we've already compromised because we very well could have championed a 13-month average rate base on the test year that PSCO proposed, which would have yielded a much lower revenue deficiency, about $6.8 million lower. I discussed this in my testimony. But out of a matter of principle, I thought it would be better to have a full 2023 HTY with all actual updates, recognizing that we're sort of going against our constituents' interests because it would increase our starting point for our revenue requirement. But let's put aside the regulatory principle and everything. I hammered on affordability, and I quoted to the commission's own words on affordability. And I mean, the fact of the matter is, you go with year end, even if you try to split the difference, it's still going to be a sizable increase. 18 million if you go full on year end. Split the difference. I don't know how you're going to split it right down the middle through an adjustment like Mr. Freitas threw out, but it's going to make things less affordable. Let's level set here. Even under the UCA's rosiest prediction or projections, even if you say yes to all of our proposals, we're still north of $91 million for a revenue increase. That's huge. It's massive. And, they got year end last time. They got year end 2022, much to my chagrin. But, they came trotting in here 13 months later. So I don't see whether you go 13-month average year end, if it's going to dissuade them from coming back in almost immediately for another one. But affordability, the commission has some wonderful language about affordability, being cognizant of how it hits consumers hard. But unless you actualize those concerns, those are just mere words on paper.
All right, let's talk
Probably
about.
not what you wanted to hear.
You certainly didn't help me build a record. Let's talk about the Coal Creek Canyon Pines project. I put forward a suggestion to Ms. O'Neill about potentially dealing with that situation. Let me just read it to you again and see if you have any thoughts about it. Assume this commission continued the same approach to calculating the customer contribution that's in existing tariffs, but put in an overlay requirement that asks the company on every investment greater than, say, $250,000 to demonstrate that the revenues from this new customer exceeded the cost. The showing might be based on the approach developed by Mr. Matley in his revised exhibits RAM 1, 2, and 3, assuming 30-year depreciation, the company WACC, a net present value approach, and the company's actual treatment of net salvage value and removal cost. To the extent costs exceeded net revenues, then the customer contribution would have to be increased until there was no cross subsidy and the expected net revenues at least equaled the expected net costs. And the question is, what do you think? Is that a good idea?
Well, my initial impression is it strikes me that it is certainly within the statute, the Colorado statute, to start squeezing out all the internal subsidies. As to the 250,000, I don't know. Maybe Ms. Marianne Ramos of your staff would be best to figure out separating the wheat from the chaff, as as far as what the threshold should be. So I really don't know. And then I already said I don't practice as an attorney, but it does strike me as well that first of all, I like it all. All right. I like it all, but I am a little bit concerned that perhaps a better avenue would be through a rulemaking to bring in all of the gas utilities, not just public service. So it can be well thought out, well vetted, and perhaps
I realize that'll be 2 years from now.
Well, and that's the problem. I don't know if you can do it on a expedited basis or not. You could, I guess, get the ball rolling in this docket, but I am a little bit concerned that, I'm speaking for the company now, that they haven't had an opportunity to really totally vet this and push back a little bit or tweak it around the edges. I do have that concern.
Do you think it's appropriate for the regulated system to subsidize $5 million homes to the tune of $5 million and $80,000 house subsidies? Is that a good idea?
No, I do not, especially in light of what this state is going through and where it wants to go with electricity and natural gas.
Did you hear my questions to Ms. O'Neill?
Yes.
Did you have any comments on trying to create a reserve fund to fund future removal costs and try and keep the company whole through accelerated depreciation? It seems like this combined approach would start creating a reserve fund now that would grow over time to support future asset removal. It would accelerate depreciation in ways that reduce future liabilities, and it would keep the company's credit metrics constant. Any thoughts?
Well, so I'll speak on a personal basis first. I'm a former CPA, and just by the nature of that job, I'm conservative, and oftentimes companies will call accumulated depreciation accumulated reserve. That's sort of a archaic concept, and that companies really don't create reserves anymore, depreciation reserves to replace equipment, but the name still is there, accumulated reserve. So you're sort of turning back the clock to what that contra asset known as accumulated depreciation used to be. You accumulated money in a reserve fund in order to replace in the future equipment, plant, whatsoever. So from a personal basis, I really like it. However, I'm not our depreciation expert. Mr. Kirkendall is.
And just to be clear, I'm not changing depreciation. Instead of turning it into free cash flow, I'm suggesting it be put in a reserve. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like it.
Right.
And I know what you're trying to do. You don't want customers to be left holding the bag at the end of the day.
Okay. Mr. Bunker, any redirect?
Yes, just a few questions. Thank you. Mr. Skuzak, do you remember your discussion with Chairman Blank here just a few minutes ago regarding rate-based methodology, and you referred to your table CWS1, which is on page 41 of your answer testimony, which is hearing exhibit 500. And the chairman said, we can address this on redirect. So what was the discussion you were going to have at that point regarding this particular table? on revenue requirements, and it was also as part of the rate-based methodology discussion.
Well, I was just going to visually show the chairman and Commissioner Gilman, the numbers. I guess it isn't necessary. I did go over the numbers, but it's already in my testimony. But I wanted to just illustrate the compromise that Ms. O'Neill mentioned, that both staff and UCA have already baked into their starting point or their revenue requirement. We feel like we've tried to reach a balance by starting with a higher revenue deficiency than we could have. That's all I was trying to get at.
Okay. And that revenue deficiency, the difference between year end and 13-month average, as we see in your table CWS1 and from cross-examination and questions, is an $18 million difference between the use of year-end rate base and 13-month average, correct?
Okay. No, there might be a little confusion. Yeah, that's the difference between what Piesco is proposing and what we're proposing is 18 million. What I was alluding to, Mr. Bunker, is the difference between 152 million and 145.7 million equals 6.3 million. That's the amount, 6.3 million, that we pushed into the middle of the table, as it were, as a compromise, when we could have gone for a 13-month average off of public services direct testimony test year. That's what I was alluding to.
Okay. Thank you for that. And just to follow up on that, that would be the difference between using 9 months of actuals through September 30, 2023, and then forecasted data for the last 3 months, October through December of 2023. Is that right?
No. Maybe we should go to the table.
Okay.
Can we do that?
I'm sorry, I've confused things. Sure. If we could pull up hearing exhibit 500, page 41.
Okay. Could I walk you through this, Mr. Bunker?
Please.
And in the future, I should probably put numbers on the rows and columns. That would probably help. But anyway, so public services proposed direct case revenue deficiency is the third one down. It's in red. Red, by the way, means stop. Green means go. It's in red. It was 170.7 million. Okay. That's what they wanted in their direct case. But theirs was at year end. And so in discovery, next row down, we asked for the 13-month average of their proposed test year revenue requirement. And that came out to 145.7 million. Now we could have just stopped there and not asked any further discovery and said and gone with 145.7 as our ending. But staff wanted actual 2023 data. So you're right, Mr. Bunker. Public services proposal did contain 9 months of capital expenditures and then 3 months to forecast it. So we wanted 12 months. So we go down to the next one, and they provided a full 2023 HTY year end yielding 170.2 million. And then we also asked for the 13-month average, which is the bottom row, and that yielded 152 million. So rather than taking the 145.7 million as a starting point, we said the principal thing to do is to use fresher data with all actuals, and that yielded 152, even though it was an extra 6.3 million.
Okay. So the compromise that staff witness O'Neill was just referring to and that you were referring to is to give up that essentially $6.3 million by saying, let's go with the fresh year-end data. And that is the number in green on the bottom right, the 152 million, right?
Well, that's certainly the compromise I was referring to. And I think
thank you.
That's the compromise Ms. O'Neill was referring to.
Okay. Okay. There was also some questions regarding from Chairman Blank regarding the rate base methodology and the debate between 13-month average and year-end testimony. And if we could go to page 49 of your answer testimony here, this is your table CWS 2, and it continues on to the top of page 50. So can you provide a further explanation with regard to the history of using 13-month average and your recommendation here to use, in this case, to use the HTY ending December 31, 2023 with a 13-month average rate base?
Yeah, my history in this chart just goes as of the 2010 case, which was a settled case, and you can see it was 13-month average. And then I don't need to read everything here into the record. It brings it all the way up to the last rate case, 2022, which was a year-end rate base. Now, I did mention elsewhere in my testimony, prior to 2010, from the period of the 2002 rate case up to 2010, there was a series of settlements, public service in 2002. By the way, back then we used to do combined electric and gas rate cases, if you can imagine that. But in that combined electric and gas case back in 2002, public service agreed to end year-end rate base because inflation had gone away and agreed to a 13-month average. And that pretty much carried forward until 2010. Now, somewhere in my testimony, we don't need to go there, I said there was settlement, but no definitive outcome from after 2002 until 2010. However, I found out later that according to public service, it was all average rate base from 2002 to 2010, and then we pick up here with this table.
Mr. Bunker, can we not relitigate all this on redirect? Well, keep going. Keep going.
But thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Skluzak, you mentioned this 2022 gas rate case, and it was a combined case, right?
Well, I mentioned the 2002, not the 2022. Yes.
Yeah, 2002. And is it your understanding that between 2002 up to where your table starts on page 49, that there was a use of average rate base during that time period too?
Yes. Yeah.
And how could we confirm what you've just indicated?
Well, if the commission wants to confirm it, they could go to the 2012 rate case, 24AL-0049G, I think. And Miss Deborah Blair was the company witness on rate base, and she filed supplemental direct testimony in that case, which is the definitive document for the history from 2002 through 2010 on the use of 13-month average rate base.
And if we could go into the UCA's box, hearing exhibit 556, we could pull that up. And this is the testimony by Ms. Blair, a witness for public service that you're referring to, her supplemental direct testimony.
Now, could you scroll down? It should be a 2013 date, or February 14th, 2013. That is the testimony.
Yeah. And if we could go to page 19 of that document.
If I could jump in and object here to this line of questioning, this is well beyond the scope of what was asked by the commission. We've tried to, let it go for a while, but now we're into additional documents that have nothing to do with sharing or potential splitting the baby on the different methodologies.
And,
I agree. Well, go ahead.
well, Mr. Chairman, I would say that the parties have sat through a lot of oral rebuttal testimony by public services witnesses throughout this case without objecting. The introduction of many, many documents during that redirect examination, that there were questions regarding the rate-based methodology and year-end versus 13-month average. And this provides some further information for the commission's use in determining what rate-based methodologies have been used over the years, and it would be relevant and helpful to the commission, is our view.
Well, Ms. Brahma, you want to respond?
Yes, please. There is a significant difference in the course of a hearing between providing redirect that no one objected to, that was prompted by cross-examination by other parties. We're of course entitled to respond to that when it's within scope, and of course there were no objections to those. This is just a different situation where it's well beyond the questions that were asked of Mr. Skluzak during the course of commissioning questions.
I guess I agree, Mr. Bunker. The company waived cross, and this seems beyond the scope of the limited questions that I was asking, so I would sustain that objection.
Okay, I'll move on. There was some discussion between you and Chairman Blank, Mr. Skluzak, about the concept of splitting the baby. And do you have any further comments on that particular issue in terms of finding some solution, if you will, to the $18 million difference between the two rate-based methodologies?
Unfortunately, no. I would ask the commission, Mr. Chairman, to stick with the principle and use 13-month average rate base. I know Mr. Freitas came up with a solution. It's essentially a black box adjustment, and which makes me uncomfortable. So I can't endorse that at this time. However, as you, the lawyers, always tell me, our SOP is our final word. So perhaps that position may change. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And part of your discussion with Chairman Blank, you talked about affordability and the need to actualize the great, I think you phrased it, the great wording around affordability, and that the commission needs to actualize that with its decision here in this case. Could you elaborate on that?
It's all in my testimony under the affordability, but I mean, there are specific issues such as disallowing the plan held for future use, which is the LTE project. By the way, that was entered into rate base on the very last day of 2023, December 31st, 2023, for that wireless spectrum. But yet under year end, it gets a full year's worth of value. Anyway, I digress. But I mean, there's certain proposals I have, that Mr. Fernandez has, that staff has, that can make this more affordable. I mean, it's all, as I said, it's already going to be a massive rate increase, and I'm just trying on behalf of our constituents to mitigate that.
Yeah, and when you refer to those various items, you're talking about things like the rate-based methodology, the capital structure, some of the adjustments the UCA recommended. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. With that, nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. You may be excused, Mr. Skluzak. Thank you. Mr. Fernandez. Can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No,
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
Back to you, Mr. Bunker.
Thank you. Mr. Fernandez, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Ron Fernandez, Fernandez.
And could you please identify your employer and position title?
I'm a financial analyst for the UCA.
Thank you. And did you cause to be filed hearing exhibit 501, your answer testimony and attachments RAF 1 through RAF 45 on behalf of the UCA in this proceeding?
Yes.
And do you have any additional or any corrections to make to your answer testimony and attachments?
No.
And if I ask you the same questions today as contained in your answer testimony, would your answers under oath today be the same?
Yes.
In hearing exhibit 501, Mr. Fernandez's answer testimony and attachments RAF 1 through RAF 45 have already been admitted to the record. And Mr. Fernandez is available for cross-examination and commissioner questions.
Ms. Brahma.
Good afternoon, or morning still. It feels like maybe it should be afternoon. Mr. Fernandez, my name is Liz Brahma. I know we've met before. I represent a public service company in this matter. I'd like to ask you some questions about your testimony.
Good morning. I have a bit of a cold this morning, so I will apologize in advance if I have to get some water or take more cough medicine.
Absolutely. Take whatever you need. I have no intention of wanting to rush you through anything if you're not feeling well. So thanks for being here. If we could please start by pulling up hearing exhibit 501, attachment RAF 5. I just have some questions for you, Mr. Fernandez, to better understand the UCA's ultimate recommendations in this case. So attachment RAF 5 to your answer testimony here is on the screen. And here you show that the results of the range of your four methods of calculating ROE are 9.4 to 9.7%, right?
Yes.
And if we turn now to your answer testimony itself at page 6, hearing exhibit 501. Here you say, or you recommend that the commission authorize, let's see, I think it might be down a little bit further, apologies, lines 12 through the end of this page, yeah. Here you say, I recommend that the commission authorize a WACC of 6.8% while allowing Piesco select a ROE from the range of 9.2 to 9.6%, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a different range than the 9.4 to 9.7% identified in your models, right? Both at the top and bottom of that range. Is that
For
right?
the models, but if you'll also note that there's an additional recommendation of lowering the authorized ROE by 20 basis points to 9.2 if the commission further reduces the risk of the company by granting its additional risk reducing items such as decoupling. So
Yeah,
if you look at the total range of everything that was included in attachment RAF 5, it was 9.2 to 9.7 for an ROE, and I have selected a range to recommend to the commission of 9.2 to 9.6. The top end is 10 basis points different, I will admit that, but also as part of this recommendation, if you look a little bit further, I'm also recommending a capital structure of 50% to 55%.
I understand.
The top end of that is higher than my recommendation for a capital structure.
Mr. Fernandez, I didn't ask any questions about your capital structure yet. We will get there. So if you could just focus on the question being asked, you know, there'll be lots of opportunity here. So to your point about your 9.2 to 9.6 is a little bit different than the 9.4 to 9.7. If we go to the next page, I'm sorry, on this page, apologies, at line 20 and continuing to the next page. And there you say, I recommend that if the commission grants PSCO any significant risk reducing measures such as full rate decoupling, the ROE should be reduced by 20 basis points in order to balance the interests of shareholders and ratepayers. And this recommendation also recognizes that with lower risks come lower returns. And so my question for you is, what specific interests of shareholders and ratepayers are you balancing in this particular statement?
The risk of the company. I have testified all along that returns should match risks. That is benefits consumers as well as investors, and that is a very basic financial principle.
Okay, so you're just speaking to risk here as opposed to balancing interests of shareholders and ratepayers? I guess I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to balance.
To balance the interests by matching risk and reward.
Okay. So if we go to, you go on to say in this paragraph, UCA's final recommendation, UCA's final ROE recommendation is that this too should be further reduced by 20 basis points to 9.0% due to affordability and public interest concerns. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, and Mr. Skluzak, testified as to why the UCA made that further recommendation.
Okay, so we have a model range for you that's 9.4 to 9.7, and then a recommended range of 9.2 to 9.6 in general, or if the commission adopts decoupling?
Well, that range for ROE is offered concurrently with the range for the capital structure. So I would say they go together, and I would stick by my recommendation, keeping it at 9.2 to 9.6, is regardless of what the commission does with any specific item.
Oh, okay. So regardless of what the commission does, you're suggesting a range of 9.2 to 9.6. But the final recommendation could be 9.0 or 9.2. Is that where we're at? Truly, I'm trying to make sure we understand what UCA's recommendations are here.
My recommendation for ROE based on my analysis is 9.4%. If the commission decides to further authorize lowering risk reducing items, then my recommendation is 9.2%. Mr. Skluzak has added another element here that if the commission wants to deal with the affordability of rates, then his further recommendation is to lower it to 9%.
Okay. And is it UCA's position that any reduction in ROE equates to more affordable rates?
Mathematically, the lower the ROE lowers the revenue requirement and lowers rates.
Okay. Switching topics here, I'd like to look at your answer testimony, hearing exhibit 501 at page 46. And if we could scroll down just a little bit to the line 14 and continuing. In this section of your testimony, Mr. Fernandez, you're asked the question, how do your capital structure recommendations comply with Colorado Supreme Court precedents? And there you quote, as we can see in footnote 29, the People's Natural Gas decision of the Colorado Supreme Court, which states, or you state, excuse me, while I am not an attorney, I would note that the Colorado Supreme Court has stated, quote, unless it has been demonstrated by a substantial showing that ratepayers are materially prejudiced by the actual capital structure which finances utility operations, the PUC should use the actual capital structure in calculating rates. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to look at this particular decision that you cited to provide a little more context. Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 158 from box.com? And if we could turn to page 3 of the PDF, please. And we might need to scroll down a little bit because I need to find exactly there we are. Do you see the number 2 here on the left side of the screen, Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Take it since you cited this decision in your testimony, you're familiar with the whole of it. Is that fair?
I have not read the entire thing since I am not an attorney. I have relied on our attorneys for information as far as this.
Okay. So the only piece that you're aware of for purposes of your testimony is the single sentence that you cited in your testimony?
That's the majority of it. I've looked at a little bit more of this, but that's really I believe the pertinent part.
Okay, so just taking a look here at some additional portions on where there's this number 2 in the middle of the page. It states a guiding principle of utility regulation is that management is to be left free to exercise its judgment regarding the time of entering financial markets and its judgment regarding the most appropriate ratio between debt and equity in the capital structure. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And if we go to page 4, and here we have in number 4, you see that on the left side of the page here, first full paragraph. It also states, according to the Colorado Supreme Court, we agree with the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts that a utility regulatory authority cannot base rates on a hypothetical rather than the actual capital structure of a utility unless existing capital structures of regulated companies so unreasonably and substantially vary from usual practice as to impose an unfair burden on the customer. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and the words on the page here speak to the capital structure of a utility, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so now let's turn back to your answer testimony, if we could, at page 11. And at the top of this page, Mr. Fernandez, you note that Public Service is requesting a capital structure in this proceeding consisting of 55.0% equity, 1.82% short-term debt, and 43.18% long-term debt as of December 31, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And 2023 is the end of the test year as agreed upon between the company, staff, and UCA in this proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with company witness Paul Johnson's testimony that Public Service Company's actual capital structure for the 2023 test year was approximately 55.0%?
I've heard that.
Okay. Now, if we turn to your hearing exhibit page 22, I'm sorry, hearing exhibit 501, page 22. And scroll down if we could to the middle of the page a little bit further, please. Oh, I may be in the wrong spot. One moment. I apologize. Page 11 of the answer testimony. Here you say one of your proposals is that the commission should adopt what you call a pass-through capital structure. Do you see that?
Yes, and I am also dealing with actual capital structures for Excel in this proposal.
Right, the actual capital structure for the parent company, correct?
For the entire company.
Oh.
Mr. Johnson has tried to cloud that up and throw in a few more terms about looking at just the headquarters. I am talking about the entire company and how it is financed and how they report it to their investors through their 10K.
Okay, so you're talking about the consolidated Xcel Energy, including all utility operating subsidiaries, including those outside of Colorado, as well as unregulated components of Xcel Energy, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and so the pass-through capital structure involves utilizing the actual capital structure of, in your view, the consolidated parent in place of the capital structure of the utility, correct?
And what I have testified to is that the company can allocate any capital structure at once to any subsidiary. And I want to get to the actual capital structure that actually finances the company.
Okay, so let's go back to hearing exhibit 158, if we could, please. And on the prior page, the language we looked at is that the utility is left free to exercise its judgment regarding the time of entering financial markets and its judgment regarding the most appropriate ratio between debt and equity in the capital structure, correct?
Correct, and Excel has done that for the company. And this does not talk anything about allocations to subsidiaries.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so if we could please turn to page 4 of 5. Isn't it true, Mr. Fernandez, and maybe you don't know, but in this case, the utility actually advocated for use of the parent's capital structure as applied to the utility. And the commission rejected that, and the court affirmed the PUC because it's the utility's capital structure that matters, because that is what's financing the utility. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you're also not aware that the court affirmed the PUC capital structure because it reflected in this opinion, quote, the actual capitalization backing the utility operation as isolated from the non-utility operations and subsidiaries of the parent company. You're not aware of that either in this decision?
I'm not aware of that, but Excel has provided information that they are 98% regulated. So their non-regulated piece is a very, very tiny piece of the company.
Okay, but that 98% isn't public service, right? That's all regulated utilities across Xcel Energy, to your point.
Yes.
Okay. I would just move for administrative notice of this document. It's a publicly available Colorado Supreme Court decision.
Mr. Bunker,
No objection.
so moved.
Okay, so getting back to your conversation or your comments a little bit earlier, Mr. Fernandez, about the comparisons between public service and Xcel Energy, we can take this this exhibit down now. Thank you. So if we could go back to Mr. Fernandez's answer testimony on page 18, hearing exhibit 501. So if we scroll down to the table RAF5, and looking in particular at the 2023 line, Mr. Fernandez, since this is the test year in this case, you referred to an equity percentage for Xcel Energy of 41.0% in 2023, correct?
Yes.
Now, to your point earlier, this is the Xcel Energy consolidated equity percentage, right?
This is how the entire company is financed, and this is what they report to investors on their 10K.
Well, this isn't actually what they report, is it, Mr. Fernandez? Because what they report is that it includes short-term debt. Isn't that correct?
They report both. There are separate lines for short-term debt and long-term debt.
Okay, so if we could pull up attachment RAF 13 to hearing exhibit 501. And I think we'll need to go to page 10. Oh, one more, page 11. Here we go. So here is the capital structure of Xcel Energy as of December 31, 2023, correct?
Yes,
And this says consolidated, as you noted. That's right. And this shows short-term debt in the company's consolidated capital structure as of December 31, 2023, correct?
yes.
Okay, so just to make the point, this is somewhat different than what you have in your table in terms of the company Xcel Energy consolidated actual capital structure as of December 31, 2023.
I did not include short-term debt, so that is the difference.
Okay. And isn't it true, Mr. Fernandez, that Xcel Energy Inc. alone, the parent company, is capitalized with an equity ratio that is higher than 70%?
I don't know that.
Okay, so what if Mr. Johnson said that in his rebuttal testimony, you'd have no basis then to dispute it?
I think it's irrelevant to this.
Okay, so when you talk about an equity ratio comparison between public service company and its parent company, since you're referring to the consolidated entity, we would need to compare public service companies' 55% equity ratio. Well, let me rephrase that because I think it's going to be confusing. But when you talk about a comparison between public service and its parent, you consider the parent not to be Xcel Energy Inc., but the entire entity, right?
From a financial standpoint, yes.
Okay. And let's talk then for a moment about Xcel Energy. If we could please pull up attachment RAF 14 to Mr. Fernandez's answer testimony. Now, this particular attachment is to different discovery response, and I'd like to go to the second, which is at page 14. So this is the company's response to attachment UCA 1-25, correct?
Yes,
And you'll note that this is the Xcel Energy return on equity for each year from 2014 through 2023, correct?
yes,
And the footnote here indicates that this is in fact the consolidated ROE that includes Xcel and all operating companies. Is that also correct?
yes,
So if we were going to compare, for your purposes, the capital structure of Xcel Energy consolidated of 40.9% by your math, we would need to pair that to be properly matched with 10.33% ROE for 2023 for the Xcel consolidated entity, correct?
Could you repeat that question?
Sure. If we are going to look on an apples to apples basis between the Xcel Energy consolidated cap structure and the Xcel Energy consolidated ROE, we need to be looking at the Xcel consolidated ROE of 10.33% shown on this attachment to your testimony, correct?
Yes, I would agree that that matches.
Okay, thank you. So we've talked a little bit about your pass-through capital structure recommendation. I'd like to turn to your other proposed capital structure, which is what you call the economic capital structure of 53.14% equity, 46.86% debt, and then you exclude short-term debt, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So if we could please pull this attachment down. And Mr. Fernandez, the 46.86% debt portion of your economic capital structure includes both short-term debt, long-term debt, and off-balance sheet debt, or OBS, correct?
I took exactly what the company provided for its economic capital structure from a discovery response. So whatever the company included, I included.
Okay, so if we could perhaps pull up attachment RAF 16 to your answer testimony. And so here you have asked the company in UCA 1-18 for the actual book capital structure, regulatory capital structure, and economic capital structure for the following regulated subsidiaries of Excel, cites most of them, including Public Service Company, correct?
Yes, I asked for all of them, and I included all of this data from the response in my testimony.
Okay, so is this, and we can scroll through if you need to see the whole document, but is this the document that you reference in your testimony as the basis for the economic capital structure you proposed in this case?
Yes, I believe this was the source document.
Okay, so if we could scroll down to page 2 of this document, and particularly at the bottom of the 3 options there. This third set of numbers on this sheet is the economic credit metrics gap balances. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And as I discussed a moment ago, we can see Public Service Company in the middle of the page, including short-term debt, OBS debt, and long-term debt for the economic capital structure, correct?
Yes.
And so that 46.86% debt number appears here in this middle column at the bottom of the page, right?
Yes.
And that 46.86% debt includes short-term and off-balance sheet or OBS debt. That's what we see on the page.
Correct.
Now, UCA has proposed using an economic capital structure for PSCO in the past, hasn't it? In multiple rate cases.
As an alternative recommendation, yes.
Okay. And when we look at this attachment with respect to the OBS debt for public service, we can see that the numbers here are 4.21% or 771 million. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. When you added this OBS debt or recommended an economic capital structure for public service that included the OBS debt, did you also add that $771 million to the company's rate base calculation?
I did not.
Okay. And one of the reasons that the commission and ALJs have rejected an economic capital structure in the past is because including the debt in the capital structure, but not reflecting the assets the capital is financing on the balance sheet is a mismatch. Isn't that right?
I have not researched it, but most of this OBS debt is PPA agreements. So those are not hard assets.
But this is what the company reports as off-balance sheet debt for purposes of an economic capital structure, correct?
It is reporting that. And again, the PPAs are not hard assets.
Okay, let's go ahead and look at hearing exhibit 501 attachment RAF.
Ms. Brahma, I'm gonna need to call a break at about noon. I don't know how much more you have, but should we, if this is a logical breaking point, you want to just come back after lunch, or do you need a few more minutes for a breaking point?
If I could just have a couple of moments, I'll finish this line and then we can come back and take a break if that's okay. I'm almost done on the time question. Yep. So I just need hearing exhibit 501 attachment RAF 22.
22?
Yes, please. Okay, and we need to go to page 90, please. So first of all, Mr. Fernandez, just to confirm, this is an attachment to your answer testimony. So you provided this in the record already, correct?
Yes, it looks like it.
Okay. And if we scroll down a little bit here to paragraph 206. It says here that the commission, that the ALJ found that OBS, and in this case, short-term debt shouldn't be included in the capital structure. And they say that the reason that that OBS should not be part of the capital structure is because staff and OCC admitted at the hearing that they did not include OBS in rate base. And Piesco has persuasively argued that by including it for purposes of calculating the capital structure, the approach advocated by staff and the OCC would lead to mismatches between the assets used to provide service and the capital used to finance those assets. That's the finding in this particular proceeding, correct?
Yes, and I admitted in this proceeding, I did not include the OBS in rate base because it is inappropriate. PPA is not an appropriate asset to include in a rate base.
And isn't it true, Mr. Fernandez, that at the time of this same decision, it was also true that OBS includes both lease payments and power purchase agreements?
In this particular case, it was not put on the record about that the OPS consisted mainly of PPAs. So if I think that had been included, then I think the ALJ would have a basis to revise this particular finding.
Do you understand, Mr. Fernandez, that the company absolutely uses its capital financing to finance PPAs as well as lease obligations?
Well, these are costs going forward in the future.
Okay.
These are not something that you buy right now and you have an asset sitting in the ground. These are future payments that the company is obligated to make.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. I think we'll take a quick break here at the chair's request and come back.
So I'm thinking this is our lunch break and we'd come back at 1 p.m. Is that right? All right. See everybody at 1 p.m. Thank you. Is Mr. Fernandez there?
Mr. Chairman, I just received a message from Mr. Fernandez saying he is trying to get into the call and he's not able to.
Hmm. You want to see if you can dial in by cell?
Could I potentially have the cell number that I can jot down and pass that on to him?
Uh,
Oh, I see Mr. Fernandez maybe attaching or connecting here at the bottom of my screen.
there he is, Mr. Fernandez. Welcome back.
Thank you. I was having trouble getting admitted to the call.
Yeah, no worries. You ready to continue, Mr. Fernandez? You feeling okay?
I will get through it. Let's go.
Ms. Brahma, you're up.
Thank you. We don't have a tremendously long amount left to go here, Mr. Fernandez. Hopefully we can do them relatively quickly. I'd like to go to Mr. Fernandez's answer testimony, hearing exhibit 501 at page 25, if we could. So here in your testimony, Mr. Fernandez, you talk about why the company believes that public services credit rating will not be lowered if the commission adopts UCA's capital structure recommendation, correct?
That is correct. And I also asked this question of the company if they believed that the capital structure would be, not the capital structure, the credit rating would be changed if the commission adopted the UCA's capital structure, excuse me, capital structure recommendation, which results in a $14.4 million decrease in its revenue requirement. The company refused to answer this, and also Mr.
Fernandez,
Johnson.
again, all I asked you is what it said on the page. So if we could please stick to that, your counsel will have the opportunity to redirect you.
Okay.
I was asking you, is this the topic you discuss in this question and answer of your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, it is your recommendation or statement here that a change in the capital structure for the gas utility is, quote, too small to move the needle for the credit reporting agencies. That's correct reading of what you said on the page there.
That is a correct reading, and that is based on 10 years of experience working with credit reporting agencies.
Yeah, and when was the last time you worked with a credit reporting agency, Mr. Fernandez?
2012.
Okay, so it's been a while. All right. So if we could please talk about this comment that you don't believe it will have the impact portrayed in Mr. Johnson's model because the gas business is less than 25% of public service as a whole. You understand that the company issues debt and equity for public service as a whole and not specific to the gas or electric business?
Well, public service doesn't issue equity. That's done at the Excel level.
Okay, let me rephrase it this way. Public service issues debt for as a whole for the public service. It does not finance assets specific to the gas or electric utility.
That is true. It's a common expense, and there are a lot of other common expenses that support both the gas, electric, and steam units of Piesco.
Okay. And so is your primary recommendation here is that the commission should authorize a capital structure for public service gas of 51.4% equity and 48.6% debt, correct?
Yes.
And your belief, as stated on this page, is that a change in the gas business equity ratio won't affect the electric business. Is that also true?
The authorized capital structure for the electric business is not at issue in this case, and whatever the commission decides will not impact the authorized equity ratio for the Piesco Electric.
My question wasn't about the authorized equity ratio for electric. My question was if the commission should authorize your recommended equity ratio for the gas business, is it your position that a change in the gas business equity ratio as authorized won't affect the electric business at all?
As I said before, this is a joint expense. And with any joint expense, which there are many, many of them, you can argue that any joint expense can impact all of the PSCO units.
Okay. And isn't it also true, Mr. Fernandez, that you recommended an equity ratio of 52% in the company's last electric rate case?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. If we could just pull up hearing exhibit 159 for a moment, please, from Box. And if we could scroll down to Mr. Fernandez's recommendations, I believe, I think it might be page 4 or 5. I apologize. I didn't write down the page number. No, a little further down than that. Here, just down to his recommendations. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Thank you so much for your patience there. Does this refresh your recollection, Mr. Fernandez, that you recommended the following for the HTY ended December 31, 2022, a capital structure of 52% equity and 48% debt?
Yes.
Okay. So basically here you're arguing that the gas capital structure should be lowered because it won't affect electric, while at the same time you argued for the same or well, very similar cap structure and for the electric utility in the last several electric rate cases for public service. Isn't that right?
I've argued consistently since I've been at the UCA that PSCO maintains too high of an equity ratio in its capital structure. It is inappropriate, it is too conservative and too costly. So yes, I have been very consistent in my recommendations to this commission on the capital structure for PSCO.
Okay, thank you very much. If we could please go back to Mr. Fernandez's answer testimony at page 23. And I'm not going to move for admission of hearing exhibit 159. It's just there to refresh his recollection. So looking here at table RAF 7, Mr. Fernandez, in your answer testimony, your indicator here is that Public Service Company had an equity percentage of 56.7% for 2023. That's what the table says, correct?
This is taken directly from data provided to me from PSCO.
Public Service Company never said it had a 56.7% equity percentage in 2023, did it, Mr. Fernandez?
This is the data that was provided to me in UCA, it was either UCA 1-23 or UCA 17-1.
Okay, so let's pull up your exhibit RAF 13, which is UCA 1-23. Okay, so this is 1-23 is the Excel end of your capital structure, correct? It's not the public service, just to
Correct.
be clear. Okay, so we can take this one down, and if we could pull up attachment RAF 15. And here's where you asked for the Public Service Company end of year capital structure for each year from 2014 through 2023, correct?
Yes.
And if we go to page 2 of this attachment or this question, here we see Public Service Company's GAAP end of year cap structure, correct?
Yes.
And this is the response to 17-1 that you referenced in your answer testimony. Also correct?
Yes.
And so again, if we look here at the equity ratio, long-term debt and short-term debt ratio from 2023, you can see that the company told you its equity ratio of 2023 was 55.5%, correct?
Can you scroll over? I can't see it because of the picture for 2023. This reporting had short-term debt and long-term debt in addition to equity. And I just used the long-term debt and equity in my table.
So you just added what was actual short-term debt to your equity calculation in your
No.
table?
I did not include short-term debt. I just used the long-term debt and the equity to calculate it.
But that wouldn't equal 100%, right, Mr. Fernandez?
If you take long-term debt plus equity, and that is the denominator. So if you do long-term debt divided by long-term debt plus equity, and then you take equity divided by long-term debt plus equity, you get two percentages that will total 100%. And that's what my table shows. And my table does add up to 100%.
Okay, thank you. That helps. That's exactly where I was going, Mr. Fernandez. It makes your table add up to 100%, but it doesn't change the fact that your table represents that that is the actual equity ratio of public service company at 2023. And it's not actually public services equity ratio as of the end of 2023. 56% plus is not correct.
That is what Piesco reported to me, and that's what I've used.
What PESCO reported to you is what's on this discovery response, not what's in your testimony, right, Mr. Fernandez?
That is correct. And I am using for that table the capital structure of only using long-term debt and equity.
Okay. And the 2023 capital structure is not the only year in which public service actually carried short-term debt, is it?
No, they've had short-term debt in most years.
In fact, every
But it
year,
hasn't been consistent throughout the year. There are many times where they have a quarter or half the year where they had no short-term debt. And so that's one of the main reasons why I've been advocating that this commission should not include short-term debt in the authorized capital structure. And another huge reason why they shouldn't is because of
Mr.
the
Fernandez,
cost of short-term debt.
you
That's
why.
coming
I
down.
just asked you what it said on the page, what was in there. Your counsel can certainly ask you why, but we understand why, to be fair. But my point is, Mr. Fernandez, the company had short-term debt in its capital structure every year from 2014 through 2023, except 2017, correct?
That is true.
And it's also true, well, let me ask you this. Do you understand how the company calculates its short-term debt for purposes of making a proposal in the rate case?
I've read the testimony. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, the testimony will speak for itself. Okay, one other line here, Mr. Fernandez, and again, we'll keep this pretty short. Could we go back to Mr. Fernandez's answer testimony, hearing exhibit 501, and just starting on page 116. Do you recall, Mr. Fernandez, that this is a section of your testimony where you speak to the company's compensation programs? I'm just asking generally if that's the topic.
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Mr. Fernandez, that UCA did not conduct any studies or analysis to compare the total compensation amounts paid by the company to its employees to the total compensation amounts paid by other utilities or other publicly traded companies?
I did not conduct any studies, but I do not agree with the way Piesco characterizes this. They are using comparisons of what I believe are overinflated compensation at Excel and comparing it to other overinflated compensations at other utilities and calling it good.
So your opinion is that all the utilities or companies, including public service, to which public service compares itself, overinflate their salaries?
I believe that they have, I believe utilities pay excessive salaries.
Okay, could we please pull up hearing exhibit 160 from Box? And this is where the company asked if UCA had conducted any studies or analysis to compare the total compensation amounts paid by the company to its employees to the total compensation amounts paid by other employees, paid by other utilities or other publicly traded companies. And UCA responded, UCA did not conduct a special study with respect to this topic. Is that right?
That is correct, and that was what I just answered to your previous question.
Yes, I appreciate that. I just thought it would be helpful to have the succinct answer in the record. The company moves for admission of hearing exhibit 160, please.
Mr. Bunker, any objection?
No objection.
So moved.
Thank you. Could we also pull up hearing exhibit 161? Do you recognize this, Mr. Fernandez, as UCA's response to Public Services Discovery Request 2-10?
Yes,
And you are the sponsor of this discovery response?
yes,
And here, the company asks that you provide a list, or that UCA provide a list of any publicly traded or utility companies that have adopted Mr. Drucker's maximum ratio of 20-1 for CEO to average worker pay. That was the question.
yes.
That's what we refer to as the Drucker principle. Is that right?
Okay, yes,
And again, UCA did not conduct any studies with respect to this topic. Is that correct?
correct.
Thank you. That ends my cross-examination. And thanks for your patience, Mr. Fernandez.
No problem. I can stay as long as you want to.
Okay, and I
I'm happy to
should
stay as long as the commissioners want to.
thank you. I should, before I leave, just ask to admit hearing exhibit 161, please, into the record.
Any objection, Mr. Bunker?
No objection.
So admitted. Commission Counsel, any questions for Mr. Fernandez?
No questions.
Commissioner Gelman?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
I think Mr. Fernandez, it's been a long week. No questions from me either. Mr. Bunker, redirect.
Just a short couple of questions, I think, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Fernandez, do you recall the conversation with Ms. Brahma regarding the capital structure, and in particular questions about the short-term and long-term debt and the equity ratio? Do you recall some of that discussion?
Yes.
Was there something you wanted to add regarding the short-term interest rates that I believe you were possibly cut off on as you were talking about your discussion on, I think it was page 25 of your testimony?
Yes, I wanted to finish my thoughts about as to why I'm recommending the commission not include short-term debt in the authorized capital structure. As we've seen with the exhibit that Ms. Brahma pulled up, that Piesco has not consistently had short-term debt. There's one year that they didn't have it, and if you look at each of those years, there's probably 3 to 4 months where there is no short-term debt outstanding. So short-term debt is not been a consistent part of the company's capital structure, and excuse me. As I was saying, it has not been a consistent part of the company's capital structure, And another reason for not including it in the authorized capital structure is the volatility of short-term debt. It is, and as we've seen here very recently, there's been a huge amount of volatility. And Mr. Johnson did testify that short-term debt has decreased, and which I agree with. It's gone down a little bit further than what he said. I took a look at the Treasury yields as of yesterday, and the 1 month was at 5.18%, and the 30-year is went below 4% for the first time in a long time. So we are definitely seeing a decrease in short-term rates. And Mr. Johnson further went on to say that he didn't think that the commission should adjust. Well, first of all, he said he agreed with that if the commission approves it's the short-term cost of short-term debt that the company has requested, the company will over-recover it since short-term rates have decreased, which I also agree. And then the last thing that Mr. Johnson discussed on this topic is he opined that he didn't think the commission should change it to more current rates because that would be tantamount to excuse me, that would be tantamount to single issue rate making. So I want to just kind of build a little bit on his comments there and say what he said about the short-term debt should also be applied to the long-term debt in this case. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Okay. And as we know in rebuttal, the company has brought in new evidence about a debt issue that occurred after their testimony was filed, and subsequently requested an increase in the revenue requirement for this new debt issue. Mr. Johnson said he didn't know how much the revenue requirement increased for it, but I looked it up, and based on their models, it's about a $3 million increase. So I would say the commission should apply the same logic to short-term debt and long-term debt, and I'm recommending that this not be allowed to include this new evidence on the long-term debt when you consider the cost of long-term debt capital that you authorize.
Okay. And just to maybe add a finer point to a couple of those comments you mentioned, $3 million increase with this new debt issuance. And with respect to that, you're talking about the $1.2 billion bond issuance in April of 2024, which we learned of in Piesco's rebuttal testimony. Is that what you're referring to?
That's what I'm referring to, and that's the first time it was brought into this case is through a rebuttal testimony.
And you say that results in a $3 million increase?
Yes, applying the new proposed cost of long-term debt in Piesco's models, it increases the revenue requirement by approximately $3 million.
Okay. And then stepping back just a second or a minute before, you were talking about Mr. Johnson's testimony, and I suspect that had to do with some of my cross-examination. And as I recall, the short-term cost of debt was at 5.81% in his testimony, in his rebuttal testimony, right?
That is correct. He did not change that from his initial testimony to his rebuttal testimony. He has been consistent at 5.81%, even as short-term rates have declined precipitously and are headed south as the Federal Reserve reduces interest rates.
Yeah, and as I recall, he had indicated it was down to roughly 5.5% from actually, I think it was 8.32 because it was 32 basis points is my recollection. Does that sound right?
It's in the ballpark. I don't remember the exact figures.
Okay. And you're saying based on what you looked at yesterday, you see the cost of short-term debt is now at 5.18%. Is that right?
There are a lot of costs of short-term debt out there. This particular one that I pulled was the 1-month treasury yield.
Okay. With that, I have concluded my redirect and thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. You may be excused, and I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bunker. I think that concludes the hearing. While we're still on the record, any final issues, thoughts, needs? Mrs. Brahma.
Thank you, Chair Blank and Commissioners. The company would like to ask if it would be possible to have some additional pages as compared to the usual 30-page limit for an SOP. As the party that has to respond to all the different proposals raised in this case, it would be helpful if we could have something closer to 45 pages to address the various issues in this case.
I think that's okay with me. Mr. Bunker, Ms. McLaughlin, any objections?
Well, Your Honor, the only thing, or Mr. Chairman, the only thing I would say is that public service is essentially responding to just UCA and staff testimony, since none of the other parties filed any testimony other than Pueblo, none have done any cross-examination. I would think what's good for public service ought to be good for UCA and staff as well. So
of course, of course. I assumed the request was to increase it for all parties.
thank you. I'd appreciate that.
That all right with you, Ms. McLaughlin?
Yeah, that's fine with us. Thank you.
Ms. Harper or Ms. Rosati, if you're out there, do you have a deadline for SOPs you'd like to suggest?
Yes, the deadline that was originally proposed, let me just pull that up.
While Ms. Harper's doing that, any other final matters? Is the record clean, Ms. Brahma?
I believe it is. I think our SOPs, according to the commission's order earlier, was requested that they be due within 30 days, and the commission, I believe, set it for September 26th. So I think that's what the assumption we have been operating under with respect to an SOP due date.
Does that work for you three, Mr. Bunker, Ms. Brahma, Ms. McLaughlin?
I apologize. Can you repeat that, Ms. Brahma? I didn't quite catch what you were requesting.
September 26th.
Yeah, I wasn't requesting. I think the commission had addressed the SOP deadline in its order setting the procedural schedule. So I was just going back to that date that I think the commission previously established.
Given the additional pages and the possibility that the parties use up to 45, we would prefer to have an additional week on top of what has already been established, but just wanted to throw that out there.
When's the statutory deadline, Ms. Harper? I feel like we're probably under the gun here, so
Right.
maybe we should stick to the 26th.
The deadline is November 5th.
Yeah, we're gonna stick to. All right. So are you okay, Ms. Harper, if we keep to what's the 26th?
The 26th is a Thursday.
You want to say give the parties to the end of the day on the 27th?
That's fine by me.
I know more is better. It's like that old Mark Twain quote, if I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter. So we'll see if the 45 pages helps or hurts. All right, let's say end of day on the 27th. Other issues, Ms. Brahma?
Nothing for the company. We appreciate that, and both the pages and the extra day it is a lot to put into a brief in a couple weeks with everything that's happened.
I would just say it's your deadline. So,
Yeah.
Mr. Bunker, anything else?
Thank you. No, nothing else. We appreciate the extra day to September 27th and the additional pages to the SOP as well.
All right, Ms. McLaughlin, anything else?
Nothing else from us. Thank you again.
All right, I just want to thank the parties for putting forward their cases. As always, I learned a ton and greatly appreciated the thoughtful and respectful conversations, and deep thanks to the three parties that carried this, and we got some tough decisions in front of us. So Commissioner Goman, anything you want to say?
No, appreciate everybody's work. Thanks so much.
All right. With that, the hearing's adjourned, the record is closed, and we'll see everybody in the future. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.